the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Treble 18. Is he going to go for it? He does so and finds the target, takes out the 1-2-4.
Game shot.
Well, that finds its intended target to get win number 3 on the board for Scott Mitchell. And win number 3 it is, and at times impressive from the former world champion.
Tops down for Duff. Tops is found for Duff. 4-3-2 win. One dart in hand.
Game shot.
That's all he needs. He gets the victory.
It's the second day's worth of action in this Group A at the 5th edition of Double Trouble. The action comes fast, the action comes furious, and a few players could come unstuck by the end of play today here in Portsmouth. Hello, good morning, welcome along to the action. Andreas Harrison, the winner of Double Trouble 3, is the player at the summit in Double Trouble 5. His first appearance here in 2026 yielded a perfect return. 5-star display from him. It's the Super Swede who is the man to beat. But we do have a former world champion in Scott Mitchell very much in the mix on 6 points. A two-time former world seniors champion, Robert Thornton, also on that mark. And talking of world champions, we've got one who's done it 10 times over with us here in the studio in Trina Gulliver. It's fair to say yesterday that it took players maybe a little bit of time to get going with the double-in, double-out format, but maybe as the day went on, players got more depth to it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to say seniors then, by the way, a senior champion.
I mean,
I'm just pointing out.
You're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, as you said, 5 out of 5 for Andreas. And yes, it's a good start for him today. Be difficult for him to achieve it again today. But yeah, Scott Mitchell just behind him as well.
Well, this is how the table looks following the first day's worth of play. Andreas Harrison, as I say, 5 wins out of 5, 10 points. Mitchell and Thornton, both on 6. The old adversaries, West and Duff on 4. Richie Burnett, the only player not to pick up a win on Monday. But in terms of Andreas, his overall daily average was actually the second lowest of all the 6 players involved in the action. But it felt like it was efficiency at both the beginning and the end of the leg. It was the outer ring, effectively, which gave him the 5 wins yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you say about him having the second lowest. He also had the joint highest average of yesterday. But yeah, he's perfecting the outer ring better than anybody else at the moment. And yeah, that's what's getting him the results, obviously. And his scoring's there as well.
And as you mentioned yesterday, the key to this is getting out first visit, which is what he did by and large. So if you're not scoring as well, if you're getting out first visit, you're kind of buying yourself an extra go at the board effectively, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, your opponent, especially if you've got the throw as well, your opponent's got it all to do. And there's that little bit of pressure on then as well for your opponent to get off on their first visit. And, you know, it can put the pressure on and mess you up a little bit. So, yeah, but he's been doing that on first visit. So, yeah, that's what's got him there.
I don't want to sound sceptical here with what I'm about to say. We can look at the odds. He's the odds-on favourite to win the group. I know he has a 4-point lead. He's 5-6 with the bookies. Now, we also know that 2026, since the World Championships, we got to the last 18, since now only missing out on a tour card. Things haven't been great. He's been trying to rework on a few things. He's getting himself back together again. But is there perhaps maybe a word of caution that's still got to be exercised? Because we know it's not that top-tier level of Andreas yet.
Possibly, but I can see why the bookies have done that, because they're going on previous form from him, and you know, and he does have a good record here as well. So I can understand why they've done that, but yeah, he is slowly coming back. So it's still a work in progress for Andreas.
It's a beautiful trophy, and it was Steve West that won it last time out in December. What did you make of the beginning of his title defence yesterday?
Well, very indifferent, wasn't it? It was. He struggled. He struggled on his double-in, struggled to get in, he struggled to get out. But he won't be too worried about it. he'll be worrying about just making Saturday. And, you know, again, another player that's got vast experience here. You know, he's had great success here as well. So he knows what the whole week is all about.
Right, let's get into the action. It is 18 plus and it is begambleaware.org. And it is the old adversaries, Steve West and Neil Duff, going head-to-head. Not the first time we said that here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The latest renewal of their rivalry comes here and now. Both players on 4 points overnight. And early on this morning, I caught up with the defending champion, Steve West, to talk about the first day of his title defence. Steve, is it fair to say yesterday was a little bit of a mixed bag from your perspective?
Yeah, struggled a little bit getting in. Once I was in, I was scoring all right, but then by that time it was sort of too late to get a chance, but hoping to work on that today.
Is that the key with, I suppose, with Group A? And actually, when you look at the table, I know Andreas has got a bit of a lead at the top, but you put that aside, everybody's within a few points of one another.
Yeah, I'm not worried about what the others are doing. It's just a case of getting me focused on what I've got to do and putting that right from yesterday. And then, you know, it's not about Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday. It's not about that. It's a get to Saturday. That's your aim. Whatever way it happens, win a Group A or win a B or C, it doesn't matter. You just got to get there and focus on that.
What was the prep? Obviously, it's a different format with a double start. Have you been catering your practice towards it a little bit more in recent weeks?
I think you know as well as I do that I don't practice at all. I do play once or twice a week, but that's my practice. I struggle to stay up for walking for so long, so I tend not to practice too much. But I've had a little flutter on the doubles when I have played, so it's just not working out at the minute.
How important is it to get out strong today?
Yeah, I mean, it's always important to get out strong, but if you don't, you can't think of it like, you know, it's gone wrong, or, you know, you just have to come back in here, put it right if you can, and go and try again.
Nice to come back and defend something. I know you've won a lot of weekly titles, but I suppose when you win a specials week, you've got that opportunity to defend a trophy. I suppose for you, it's been a little while since that's been the case. Yeah,
obviously, since I won the last weekly series, which is a couple of years ago now, I'm hungry for more. So winning double treble was good, but I don't really think about defending things. Just turn up, play, and hopefully, you know, take the title home.
Right, wish you all the best. Good luck, Steve.
Cheers, Eric.
Death, taxes, West v Duff. There's three certainties in life, isn't there? And that is how we get underway on this Tuesday morning. There is not a game that has been played more in this building than a meeting between these two. Whether it be a regulation week, whether it be a Champions week, whether it be a specials week, they seemingly always find a way to meet one another. These two know each other like the back of each other's hand, and they're inseparable as well in terms of the league table. Both on 4 points following the first day's worth of play. It's only a couple of legs difference, which sees Steve West ahead of Neil Duff in the Group A table. Two former champions, Duff the first one, West the defending one. And two of the most successful players in this format. Andrew Culling is the referee, and I can tell you one thing about him. He knows his steps very, very well. But it'd be less 5, 6, 7, 8 more 180s he'll be hoping to call today as we get the action underway.
Was that in reference to a quiz question last night, Henry?
Yes, and he was dancing halfway across the venue we were at. But it's Steve West to get us underway. Remember, double in, double out, best of 5, the format. All change, all change.
2.
Well, doesn't matter what double you hit, as long as you get in. And that's exactly what Steve West has done there. And Duff straight in on double top, which means the fact they're in straight away
65.
gives us an opportunity to talk about their daily stats for Monday. As far as Steve's concerned, now, he did have a bit of a shocker against Scott Mitchell. So we've got a calculated average without that in mind because it anomalises everything that he did yesterday. So if you take out that game, the other 4 matches, he was averaging around 71.61. Duff, 70.77. I'd say they both got a good 5 points to put onto that particular average today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Henry.
134.
Especially Steve was a bit hit and miss yesterday on the Dublin, wasn't he? He was either there or he wasn't. So
95.
Yeah, I'm expecting more from them today. They'll expect more from themselves as well.
Well, they're both players that have become specialists in terms of playing their way into a week. It's not how you start, it's how you end. The amount of times Neil Duff maybe comes out of a Group A feeling a little bit disappointed, but then puts it right in a Group B. And that
70.
could well be what both players are looking at already here. 6 points off the pace, 6 points off Andreas Harrison, who tops the table going into today's play.
140.
This is looking at the 25 there to leave himself on double top.
A looking favourite for this leg now, isn't he, Steve West?
Steve, you require 45.
So it's tops then now for the
James
first
Shaw on
leg
the first
of
leg.
today's play.
Steve West.
He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
And as Steve was saying in his interview with you there, Henry, he doesn't care which route he takes to get to Saturday as long as he
75.
gets there. And these two guys are both of the same thinking as well.
I get the sense there's a bit of a double-edged sword in the respect of, as Steve said in the interview, and I can render him completely correct when he says it, he's not the biggest practicer in the world. So sometimes when he comes here,
58.
playing the week's a benefit in terms of match sharpness, but then at the same time, he's also spoken about the injury problems that he's had in the past. So playing the full week can sometimes lead to Saturday creakiness to a certain extent. So it's a difficult imposter to judge as far as Steve is concerned, I feel.
Yeah, and that injury being a hip injury, so it does give him trouble from time to time.
59.
Stiffness, and that's why he tends not to practice so much, because of being on it all the time.
I felt yesterday, just looking at
59.
Neil's numbers and Neil's stats for the day, the doubling in actually wasn't too bad. There was a few occasions where he needed a second visit to get out, but actually a lot of the time he's able to get away second, third dart a fair bit. I felt like to a certain extent that, well, that's the double in success. That can't be right, mate.
27.
But yeah, just looking at the double in success for the day yesterday, by and large, he's getting his first visit. I felt like scoring to a certain extent just let him down a little bit. The doubling out, particularly in this game, left a bit to be desired, even though he won this contest yesterday.
No, 70.
Well, he's left tops for the second leg of the match.
30.
Takes a big deflection.
Steve, you require 46.
Doesn't find the target. Let Steve have a shot at the 46. It's tops for him.
26.
Not found.
Neil, you require 40.
So reprieve for Duff as he returns for tops.
James Shaw on the
Found
second
on the
leg.
first attempt
Neil
this
Duff.
time. It's 1-1.
No mistake
Third leg,
whatsoever. The
Steve
pair
to
back
throw
on
first.
terms.
Game on.
Expect double top to be utilised a lot in this group. There's no real double 16 merchants amongst the
No score.
6 players in Group A. In fact, double top was pretty much ingrained to the camera throughout the whole course of Monday's play. Third consecutive leg that Neil Duss got in with his
120.
first double in attempt. Just looks a lot sharper straight out the gate this morning, does Neil, maybe in comparison
50.
to yesterday. Now, Steve will traverse around the board, and if he's just getting a little bit concerned about the way the leg begins, he may just head
83.
down to the bullseye just to change plan, change direction, and maybe just loosen him up a little bit.
Yeah, either the bullseye or 19s he tends to go, doesn't he?
83.
But yeah, he finds a bullseye perfectly there to get himself away. Maximum for
180.
the Duff man. The first of today's play. Steve looking to match.
140.
Not
Neil, you
far
require
away.
118.
118 for Duff.
Well, he's got 6 darts on this point. We'll need that
78.
full quota to get a break, which will put him 2-1 to the good. We'll put him a break up.
125.
And he's looking at
Neil, you
tops
require
for
40.
that break.
Game
Finds
shot
it
on
with the
third
first
leg.
dart again.
Neil Duff.
That's being very kind to him today, isn't it, so far?
Fourth leg,
At
Neil
tops,
to
he leads by
first.
2 legs to 1.
Game on.
And Steve, well, he's having a bit of a wander.
No score.
But for the first time, Duff is not out the gate straight away. Opportunity for West against the throw.
10.
Well, he does find a double. It's not the intended double, but he's away.
I was going to say, it wouldn't matter if Neil Duff came out dry there, the 10 points that he would have got. Duff is away,
80.
as you say. And now it's all about how heavily West can power score here.
60. $44.
Well, not the heavy scoring that you suggested, Henry.
60.
Troubleless visits for the pair.
Well, Duff did find a 13 dart at the previous leg, so we know that there's some heavy artillery
140.
firing around the Duff man, and maybe that score just gives him a bit of a tangible lead in a leg that, if he was to go on to win, would
83.
get him the opening rubber of Tuesday's action. Him on 6 points, and it would
41.
leave Steve West languished into 5th position in the Group A standings.
45.
And he's got 6 darts on this point to do exactly that.
But a wayward dart there from Duff, and lets you know he's not happy with it. Readdresses the hockey.
45.
Still can't find the treble 20 bed.
41.
Well, this leg proving
Neil,
to
you're
be a bit
required
hit and miss by
151.
both players. 151 though for Duff. Can't finish now.
57. $100.
West
Neil, you're
searching for a
required
treble and
94.
finds one with his last dart to leave 102. But it's tops now for Duff. This has been good to him.
Game shot.
it is
and a match,
again.
Neil Duff.
He takes the match by 3 legs to 1 against Steve West for the first match of today's play. We're off the mark. And average is pretty decent there for double in, double out. Coming up after the break, Rob Thornton and Scott Mitchell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV, where we're taking on Double Trouble 5. Before the break, we sent Neil Duff take a 3-1 win over Steve West. Now taken to the hockey, we have Scott Mitchell and Rob Thornton. Rob Thornton, Double Trouble 2 champion, 59-year-old from Soakcoats in Scotland. Takes on Scott Mitchell, age 56, from Brangsgore, Double Trouble 4 finals. Scott had a good day yesterday, currently second in the table on 6 points, 4 points behind the leader Andreas Harrison, who will be up next as he takes on Richie Burnett. So yes, a good day for Scott. Robert on the same points as Scott, but just behind on leg difference. But we've seen a side of Scott, didn't we, yesterday, Henry, that had a little bit more pace to his game.
Yeah.
And it
First
seemed
leg,
to be
Robert,
suiting him very well.
Game on.
Well, I've been spending a bit of time with Scott this week, and he was just saying that his game feels as if it's
60.
getting close to that which has seen him get success in the past, and that he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to try and get his game back together. And he's got this real belief that he doesn't know what it is, but he still feels as if he's still got something tangible to give to this game. So he still thinks there is something out there. He doesn't know what it is, but he still feels
84.
as if this dog still has another day in him.
Yeah, I believe so. And he has tinkered with his stuff a little bit. So when I say his stuff, his setup, he has changed his points slightly. So that he thinks that is making a big difference. It's weight in the front of the dart a little bit more. And it seems to be working. It's like a sprig that fits inside the barrel, and then the point is added to it.
100.
I mean, he was saying that playing the week is probably the best thing that can happen to him. The last few times he's been here, he's been playing in a Group B and C, mainly because of his commentary commitments here. But the fact he's able to play the full 5 days this time, he feels as if this is an opportunity where he can really fine-tune his game. He can iron out a few creases here and there, find the good points, find some of the negative points, try and iron them out, and kind of see where his game's at.
100. Probably require 139.
See the points there from Scots. Thornton unable to take out the 139, however, does leave it very handy for when he returns. He's 32. Scott needs to find a couple of trebles here to pressurise that double 16 for Thornton.
100.
Finds one.
Robert, you require 32.
So for the first leg of the match, it's double 16.
No score.
Unable to find.
Scott, you require 86.
It's only 4 remaining. Thornton will be back. 3 more in hand at 32
46.
to
Robert,
get himself
32.
off the mark to get the day off to a winning start. He won the meeting between the two yesterday. And he gets the advantage at the beginning of this one.
Thornton.
Double 4 is a double that's more than a friend for Robert Thornton. And it was fruitful on that occasion.
Yeah, it does tend to be one of his favourites, doesn't it? Tops being his best favourite, if you like. Scott's in with his second dart.
60.
Off at the B of the bang. As 2 is Thornton.
80.
Although for all that Scott did right on the board yesterday, he undid all of it afterwards, because at a aforementioned quiz that we spoke about in the previous game, he got a question about sheep wrong.
100.
I'll bet you're never going to let him live that down, are you?
No, just another excuse to throw him under the bus.
Well, In fairness, he is cattle.
125.
He is a cow farmer rather than sheep.
Shouldn't go on to Country File, say he's a farmer, and then get a farming question wrong.
41.
He's going to kill me later. Anyway, Thornton here has overturned the throw in this second leg.
100.
And finds a turn there. Scott with some work to do in this leg.
Well, it's forcing him to hit a 140, isn't he? Which he's not going to get.
100.
Does find the one treble with the last dart. Thornton just moving across the oche to try and find a way
60.
through to that treble 20 bed. Opportunity here for Mitchell to put himself in a good position on his next approach, should he get the chances.
60.
Thornton has left 136.
Robbie, you require 136. $43.
Well, it's a big ask,
Scott, you require
but there's a big
140.
reward if Scott Mitchell can find it.
2 treble 20s. Oh, the first one unable to find, so the shot's off. Going high
100.
to make sure
Robbie,
he
you
doesn't
require
bust and leaves
93.
himself tops. 43 now. Tops for Thornton.
73. Scott, you require 40.
So this to level then for Mitchell. Double 10.
30.
It's just on the inside. Opportunity missed there
Robbie, you require 20.
to hold his throw, and surely now Thornton will find double 10. 2 5s.
15.
Well, he hasn't.
Well, in
Scott, you
terms of
require
finishing
10.
off legs, Thornton is 1 from 10. And he pays
Shot
a
on the
very big
second
price
leg.
for that
Scott
because
Mitchell.
Mitchell pegs him back. Level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Robert
Manages
to throw
just to
first.
hold throw.
Game on.
Second consecutive leg, Thornton straight out.
75.
All 3 legs in this game. He's got out first visit, has the Thorn. The problem's been the doubling at the back end.
No score.
No. Not able to find a double on the first visit for Scott Mitchell.
30.
And he's got away with that a little bit. Thornton only scoring 30. Mitchell must make sure he gets in on this visit. Well,
No
he
score.
hasn't. So Thornton with the advantage if he can score well here. Not too much damage done so far.
26.
And still, Mitchell has a chance.
Well, luckily, Thornton's not scored like a steam train. Otherwise, he could have been on the wrong end of a Basil.
No score.
Really wouldn't have been a boom boom either.
60.
No. Still unable to find a treble. Scott yet to get off. He's changing direction. It's a good idea. Something doesn't work. Try something different.
No
The
score.
double 16 is not favouring him either.
Well, he's Basil in every sense possible. He could be Basil brushed, and his doubling is Basil faulty.
40.
That bounce out there is, I mean, to a certain extent, Scott must be feeling, my gosh, if I can just get off here and score heavy, which he has done now, then I've got a chance still.
120 scored. All of a sudden, he's back in the leg if he can find another biggie.
13 darts it's taken him to get off there.
But all of a sudden, it's awoken Thornton.
100.
Thornton has left the big fish.
60.
And this would be something if he takes this out.
Robbie, you require 170.
It'd be his highest score of the match. It's not going to go.
$26. $95. Robbie, you require 144.
Do you know what?
34.
Mitchell could win this leg.
He really could. He really could, because Thornton's finding no artillery whatsoever in terms of scoring power. He's like an AK-47 with no ammo right now.
59. Robbie,
Well,
you
he has
require
left himself a
110.
finish of 167. Treble 19, the target. Would have left bullseye. But that's not an
42.
option now.
Scott, you require
Well, this would be some way
167.
to awaken what has been a rather poor leg.
$84.
So this,
Robbie,
you
you
feel,
require
has to go
68.
for Thornton. Mitchell creeping up behind him. It's tops.
28.
And he's high of the target. So a real opportunity now for Mitchell
Scott, you require 83.
to scrap his way to a win in this leg.
I thought I should have got this leg done 10 darts ago. He's only had one dart to win it.
A right smile on
43.
Mitchell's face there. He was going double top.
Robbie, you
top.
require 40.
Deserted him halfway through the match. And it's
James
tops
Shaw on the
for
third
Thornton.
leg.
Finally gets
Robert
over the line
Thornton.
to take the third leg of the match. And what a scrappy
Fourth leg, Scott.
leg
to
that
throw
was.
first. Game on.
So Thornton a leg away.
No score.
And Mitchell unable to start.
I think Mitchell needs to come up with another plan. Tops is not favouring him
No
at
score.
all at the moment, and I think he needs to maybe consider changing direction earlier on in the leg. Okay, who am I? I know nothing.
No, you're perfectly correct. You're perfectly correct. You just tried to prove you wrong.
80.
But I think part of the problem is I think if you are going to change target, I think you've got to stay in the same region of the board. Exactly what Robert Thornton's doing here. If it doesn't
No
work,
score.
move across to the right to the 18th, then it moves to the 14th, you're still going up high, but you're moving across to the left-hand side. Just finding different targets on the same line, because the problem you've got is if you go from 20s to 16s, as you know, we talk about it when you make the adjustment from 10s to 5s, for example, when you're finishing off a leg. You're going from one part of the board to the other,
85.
which just creates all sorts of difficulty.
Sometimes it can favour you, though. It's really weird as to, you know, that
40.
severe diversion, then, if you like, can sometimes pay off.
$100.
Well, this is better. Finds a maximum
180.
in this leg. He couldn't score for Toffee in the previous leg and finds a maximum this time. Wow. Mitchell finding the same.
Hang on, Trino, it's coming alive!
$140.
Well, I don't know what they've done, but it's
Scott, you're
working.
required
It's
56.
56 for Mitchell. And this to level. It's just in the 16. Needs tops. And now double 10. Double
Game
10
shot on
he
the
finds
fourth
to
leg.
take us all the way.
Scott Mitchell. Fifth and final leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's the best leg of the game, an 18 darter.
100.
Robert away with his second dart on the first visit. Scott
40.
saving it somewhat with the third. Gets in.
Both finding top of the shop.
97.
And now it is just a regulatory leg from this point onwards.
It's just about blasting that treble 20 bed, isn't it? Or the big trebles anyway, at least. It's a race to the finish.
100.
It's back to what they know best.
$100.
Well, a ton of piece there.
$100.
And again for Scott.
$42.
Oh, Robert switching to 19s and has left a bogey with that deflection with the last darter finding a 3.
$100.
Whereas Mitchell's ton leads himself on 161. It's all about trying to leave it as handy as he possibly can for Thornton.
45.
Well, to win what has
Scott, you
been
require 161.
nothing short of a cagey and tentative contest.
It's been one of those, isn't it? Moments of brilliance and power scoring.
55.
Other times of
Robert, you require
sheer frustration.
117.
117 for Thornton. 17 now for tops. One dart at tops.
Game
He
shot
finds
and
it.
a match, Robert
Well,
Thornton.
there you have it. That just says it all about that match. It was to and fro all the way through, but it's Thornton that finally gets over the line and takes the 3-2 win over Scott Mitchell. Coming up after the break, it's Richie Burnett and Andreas Harrison. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen a very scrappy game between Rob Thornton and Scott Mitchell. It was Rob Thornton that finally got the 3-2 result in his favour. Now, taken to the stage, we have Andreas Harrison and Richie Burnett. So Richie yet to get off the mark. The 59-year-old from Wales, 2 times international pairs runner-up against Andreas Harrison, who had a clean sweep yesterday. 5 out of 5, 51-year-old from Malilla in Sweden. So Richie will be desperate to get a win underneath his belt today to try and propel his way forward going into the rest of today's play. As for Andreas, he will love to continue his form or even
First leg, Richie
improve on
to
it
throw first.
as
Game
he
on.
moves further into this week's play.
I had a chat with Richie Burnett earlier on this morning, and it was as forever enlightening as it ever
65.
is. He was practicing away on the practice board, and I said, "How are you, Richie?" I said, "Yes, I'm great. However, there's lots of talking in the practice room, and it's disturbing me for my peace and quiet."
No score.
Well, it's normally him that's making the racket. He's clearly concentrating on his game then going into today.
He said there's going to be a better version of him
100.
today. I mean, yesterday started okay, but I just felt like he never recovered from the defeat to Steve West in the Open. He won the first 2 legs. He looked in decent nick in that game with the truth be told,
60.
but just could never recover from that defeat.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah, it's like you say, he was 2-0 ahead, wasn't he? And some fight back from Steve West to get that 3-2 result against him.
100.
But as the day went on, you could see the frustration creeping in with Burnett as well. Clearly not happy with his
60.
play. But today is another day.
Yep, new days, new adventures.
60. $45. 60.
Well, still searching for a treble on that occasion.
Well, an opening defeat here would put the spanner in the works for
Richie require 116.
Andreas Harrison early on this Tuesday. This would be some way to start.
76.
Well, good attempt. He will be back for tops. Andreas back on 196.
$30.
Well, unable
Richie
to
require 40.
put any pressure on at all there, and has left a bogey anyway. So 6 darts at this, should he
And
need
short
it.
on the
He
first
doesn't.
leg.
He pins it with the
Richie
second
Burnett.
dart of Askin. And he takes the first leg of
Second
the
leg,
match.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Burnett bags the opener. Harrison protecting a unblemished record so far in this Group A. 5 wins out of 5
No
on
score.
his return. First time that we've seen the silky, silver-bearded Swede in 2026. First time away again for Richie Burnett.
64.
Harrison cannot afford to make a habit of coming up dry with the first turn to the board in regards to getting in. Certainly a change to yesterday, where
40.
it's fair to say that Andreas Harrison took his Super Series return in 2026 like duck to water.
100.
Just forever swanning around, gliding across the stage beautifully, effortlessly, without a glimmer of emotion.
85.
Searching for bread.
It certainly was a case of it being back to bread and butter for Harrison yesterday.
60.
No, Andreas not finding the form
44.
as he did yesterday so far. It is the first game of the day, and to complete the card again is a big ask. There's only a few players that have done it.
43.
Well, we know it could be done 3 days in a row because Derek Coulson did it en route to picking up the series title.
60.
I wonder what sort of reception he's had back home.
I can tell you what sort of reception he's had back home. It's not as warm as you'd think. Because,
What do you mean?
well, he went back to playing his Monday night
100.
league, and because he wasn't there last week, he was banned from playing in the singles.
Talk about team.
Hey, if you don't turn up, you shouldn't
it.
expect to come back
Well,
next week.
You know,
100.
that's the rules. That's the rules.
Richie require 134.
No exemptions, even if you have picked up 25,000 quid.
Single 14 now.
94.
He won't be buying them around then. Well, Richie, way ahead in this.
60. Richie
Andreas
require 40.
unable to apply pressure, and it's tops again for Burnett.
Game
Tops
shot
is
on the
found
second
first
leg.
start
Richie Burnett.
to take the second leg of the match.
Third leg,
Well, it's
Richie
been a poor
2
start for
first.
Andreas. That's
Game on.
undoubted as he tries to stamp on one of the smoke screens. But there's been a lot more productivity, it's felt like, in regards to the start that Burnett has made. Although we have
No
been here
score.
before where he went 2-0 up in his opening game. He did yesterday, lost 3-2. Now it's a case of trying to convert it, press it to home.
Well, Andreas away with the first start there on this
105.
occasion.
Come on, he says, and then
36.
moves across to the 18s to the northeast side and finds.
Yeah, 6 start for Richie.
60.
Yeah, let's just hope that Richie isn't thinking about that defeat, the first of yesterday's play, where he was 2-0 up. He shouldn't be. It should be
60.
in the back of his mind now, and it's gone. Forget about it. Thinking about it can only hinder you going forward.
60.
Although the brain of Richie Burnett, I get the sense, is a rather complex place.
One would suggest and think so.
84.
Well, having worked with him on Friday night doing an exhibition in Britain Ferry in Wales, very enjoyable night. He was
85.
entertaining, to say the least. You wouldn't expect anything else, would you, of Richie Burnett?
I still struggle to work out whether Richie Burnett is my favourite or least favourite player to interview. Because the reasons for it to be either are exactly the same. And by the way, you know everything that everybody
139.
says about Richie, they're so true. He is just unadulteratedly himself.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why, well, I think you either love or hate
24.
Richie.
He's a lovable rogue, isn't he?
He is, as far as I'm concerned, he is, yes.
And, you know, the game needs characters, and my God, is Richie Burnett one of them.
60. Andreas, you require
167 for Harrison.
167.
Heads up for the treble 20. Now looks at the bullseye. First attempt at a double to win a leg, and the bullseye
142.
wasn't far away.
Richie require 122.
Very close for Harrison. Opens up the door for Burnett. Finds the treble 18. Well, that deflection says it all. That reaction says it all, doesn't it?
82.
frustration definitely showing
Andreas
there on
required 25.
Richie Burnett's face. It's 25 for Harrison. Double 8. Double
Game
80
shot on
is
the
found
third
for
leg.
Harrison to get a leg on the
Andreas
board.
Harrison.
And he moves within 1 of Burnett.
What I would like to
Fourth
say in
leg,
regards to
Andreas
Richie Burnett,
to
when he
throw
played
first.
in his
Game on.
Super Series week, me and him recorded a tungsten talk with one another. It's in the process of heavy editing. And when it is released, it might be one of the
40.
funniest things you'll ever watch on this channel. He just tells you everything about his life, and some of the stories he's got and he comes out with is just incredible.
No score.
What a great life he's lived. In his own words, he's made 2 fortunes and spent 3 of them.
Yeah, very much like Richie. And there you see the checkout success there. It's 50% for both players.
Away dart for Burnett this time around. There is
80.
productivity in terms of starting off legs at the beginning of the contest, but the last couple, he's needed a couple of visits to get going. In fact, in terms of the doubling in stats, they've kind of flip-flopped the other way around because
60.
Harrison was slow to get started in legs, but now finding a bit more mojo and getting away first visit, was Burnett now is needing a couple of opportunities to get himself a going.
Another deflection for Richie.
84.
Off the flight of his first start, which landed in the treble. Here comes Harrison.
125.
Well, Harrison to even up this contest and to head us to leg 5.
100. Andreas, you require 136.
Looking at 136 and has got 6 darts on this particular point, but he is going to need that full quota to take us the
96.
distance, but he has left himself on tops to take us all the way.
Well, 140.
Well, that's a good visit from Burnett.
Andreas, you require
Puts
40.
a little pressure on this tops for Harrison. Double 10. Double 10 is
Game
found,
on the
and we
fourth
do,
leg.
once again,
Andreas
go all
Harrison.
the way. The difference with this, though, from
Different
yesterday's
final leg,
first
Richie
play
to throw first.
with
Game on.
Burnett. He was throwing this leg against the darts yesterday with his game against Steve West, where he was 2-0 up and managed to lose by
105.
3 legs to 2. He does have the darts on this occasion, so he's in.
Well, he's forced Harrison to get in, and get in he has.
80.
Not seen anybody start 160 yet this week. Sure, there's time.
Well, plenty of time.
60.
It's moving day, as they call it.
Well, for Harrison, he's looking to move further clear before we head into round 2 of the day. Now, if he wins this, he
22.
moves 4 points clear of Robert Thornton, who's now in second position in the table, 8 points to his name.
$100.
Well, Richie not happy with that ton. There was plenty of room in the treble, to be fair.
Couldn't quite find the filling in the treble bed, could he? Couldn't quite dip his
99.
bread into the treble bed.
Well, he's in again there and there. What do you do for a 180 now?
140.
Well, he manages a 140. Puts him in control of the leg.
$85.
Oh, Harrison could
Richie
be
required
toast.
96.
Burnett looking at 96 to bag the win. Double 18. Remember, hasn't won a game yet.
Game shot.
But he has
and the
now
match,
by
Richie
finding
Burnett.
the double 9 to get the better of the table topper. Richie Burnett's first win of this group inflicts a first defeat upon Andreas Harrison. Oh, what a table turnover result that is. This, the stats from it. Productive start for Burnett. Work for Harrison to do. The end of round 1 means it's advantage Fulton, really. He's the big winner. Only a couple of points off now. But next up, we're going to see Scott Mitchell and Steve West. Renew their live lounge rivalry.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Richie Burnett get his first win of this week's play, beating Andreas Harrison, the leader of the week so far, giving Harrison his first defeat of the week so far. And now we have Scott Mitchell and Steve West taking on each other. This game yesterday was a 3-0 win for Scott Mitchell. He averaged the highest average of the day alongside Harrison, identical of 85.08. It was a bit of a disaster day, wasn't it? Or disaster game, I should say, for Steve West yesterday.
Yeah, let's forget that ever happened and move on to what is the first match of the Second cycle of games. Both players going through their final warm-up darts before we get this one started.
First leg, Scott.
A
to
rather
throw first.
cordial
Game on.
embrace before we get underway. Scott Mitchell, he now needs to get his head out of water. It's been a bit of a slump in terms of results. Lost his last 2 to Robert Thornton. And from a position where he was chasing the top of the table, he loses this one. He's looking over his shoulder in terms of potentially Group C darts on Thursday and Friday afternoon. West straight out.
120.
Kicks off with the 120 as well. Scott's away with his second dart on the second
60.
visit. Well, the last game for Scott was a bit of a disaster on the Dublin.
180.
As West finds a maximum.
Yeah, there was a leg where it took him 13 attempts to get himself up and running.
99.
But still somehow nearly had an opportunity to win the leg.
Yeah, the leg before that, it was 12 darts that it took him to get in as well. So,
139.
however, he very nearly had a chance of winning one leg where Thornton couldn't score at all.
However, looks like he's going to pay the penalty of a
100.
slow doubling start
Stevie
here.
requires
West back for 62, and he's got plenty of time to see it out and to get up and running. Double top it is.
42.
We'll be back for 3 more. What pressure can Mitchell apply?
$58.
Well, none
Steve,
is
you
the
require
answer
20.
to that. West looks at double 10. Well, trying to search for a way through. They're a bit of a blocker, them two.
No score.
You can't manage to do so. However, time on his side. There's Mitchell searching
60.
for a treble.
Steve, you require 20.
Unable to find one. It's double 10 again for West. Has to move across again. Can he find a way through? Oh,
Game
that's a
short of the
brilliant
first
dart.
leg. Steve West.
Finds a way through the posts then, if you like,
Second leg,
to
Steve.
take the first
throw
leg.
first.
Break of throw
Game
for
on.
Mitchell.
We're straight out the gate
100.
again. Mitchell being asked some real probing questions now.
Well, he's away first dart this time.
120.
Kicks off well in this leg. You'll be looking to break straight back
85.
if you can. With it being a shorter format, then there's less time for you to get that back.
Yeah, it's less time in this
100.
double in, double out format really to get your gnashers into things.
60.
Troublous visit there for West. Moving across the yockey to try and find a way through.
45.
Finds a 5.
Well, he could have switched downstairs because it wouldn't matter what he hit with the last dart. He couldn't leave himself on a finish anyway.
Yeah, and it would have been an open target, so to speak. So 140 there from West. It's left 116 when he returns.
Well, West is not in a giving mood. He's in a bit of a hurry here to
81.
get himself into a 2-0 lead.
Steve, you require 116.
And you get the set to have 6 on this 116. Doesn't like the lie, but he knows he's got to persevere. Wasn't far away.
No, that slight deflection just took
92.
the momentum out of the dart.
Scott, you require
Can't
155.
quite find the target. Does leave 24 if he returns. But Mitchell with 155. Searching for the treble 20 and it's not found.
60. Steve,
So
you
2
require
12s for 2
24.
zip.
James
This
on the
is a really
second
good
leg.
display from
Steve
Steve
West.
West. So far, as good as we've seen from anybody this week.
Third leg, Scott to throw
They're
first.
averaging
Game on.
88.41. An 18 and a 16 dart leg so far.
$32.
Switching to 16s. It's proved to be profitable for Mitchell.
No score.
This is where he really has to take advantage. Heavy score now. West not being able to get away on his first visit.
100.
He finds a ton.
No score.
Still unable to get off the mark. And if Mitchell hits heavy here, I'm sure the memories of yesterday's basiling by Mitchell will ring large. And by the way, that's what I'm going
59.
to call it. That's my unofficial term. A basiling.
Well, he's away this time.
115.
On the 7th attempt. Yeah, well, up our way, we call it a tin hat.
140.
I have no idea why. That 140 there leaves Mitchell with the highest finish of them all, 170.
180. Scott, you require
Pressure even
170.
is applied. That maximum from West.
Just makes this 170 just a little bit more squeaky.
38.
Will leave himself on the champagne shot, but how much pressure is going to be on it?
140.
Tangible. West leaves himself on a 2 darter. Should
Scott, you
get a
require
dart if he comes back.
132.
Yeah, and you feel that this has to go. Bullseye is the target. Treble 19. Would have left the ball. That first dart, he found the 25 with, was somewhat covering the bullseye, so it wouldn't have been an easy shot if he
64.
had found the treble 19.
Steve, you require
Well, this
66.
performance is quite literally as good as anything we've seen all week so far. This to put the cap on it. Double top for West. Just sags low.
46. Scott, you require 68.
Double 16 then.
James
Double
on the
16
third
is
leg.
found for Scott. He
Scott
saves the
Mitchell.
match with that checkout.
Fourth leg,
Moves
Steve
within
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
But it's West now that has the throw.
40.
Does get away with his last start on the first visit.
Forcing Scott into a likewise quick start.
No score.
However, Mitchell and the word quick don't usually go toe-to-toe in the same sentence.
And he's not away on that occasion, and that could prove to be fatal as West now power scoring his way through.
125.
Has to get away now. Has to get away now.
Well, he's switching to 16s again.
No score.
No target found.
Nine.
Well, that's a right-handed 180, as we would say.
That is the first 9 of Double Trouble 5. Incidentally, there's only ever been 3 9-darters in the World Grand Prix. Brendan Dolan,
63.
Robert Thornton, James Wade. 2 of them, of course, are hitting the same game. Called brilliantly by the late, great Nigel Pearson, who we all miss so dearly.
140.
Probably one of the most incredible matches you'll watch anywhere. And if you've never watched the game, I implore you, after this session's done, go on YouTube and watch it. It's one of the most incredible
100.
games. Not until we're done, by the way.
$93.
Well, West here looking at 94 to bring it to a close. Been the best performance we've seen by a bit of a distance so far
58.
on this Tuesday morning. And he's got
Senior
time and
acquired
space
94.
to get his third win, shall I say, on the board.
54.
He'll come back for tops.
Mitchell got to apply pressure and hope that West has a bit of a mare on his doubling.
100.
Ton,
Steve, you're
not
required
enough.
40.
Double 10 for West.
Game shot and a match. Steve
Well, that
West.
is a first win of the day for Steve West, and Scott Mitchell's getting himself embroiled in a battle that he didn't want to be in. He's now suddenly in the Group B C mix. As for Steve West, well, at times it was as good as any performance of anybody so far this week. In the end, the average just under 83, but importantly, that's win number 3 of his week. We're going to take a short commercial interlude, and on the other side of the messages from your local provider, we'll have Neil Duff and Andreas Harrison bringing you some more tungsten entertainment. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, which was Steve West with the best performance of Tuesday so far, getting the better of Scott Mitchell by 3 legs to 1. He's being dragged into a battle he didn't want to be in terms of the Group BC race. And so now Andreas Havison has an opportunity to extend his gap at the top back to 4 points if he can get the better of Neil Duff, who, if he can win this game, all of a sudden puts himself in the picture for qualification. Began the day in 5th place, or began this round in 5th place. But if he wins this, he'll jump up to P2 and a couple of points off Andreas, following the end of the second cycle of games.
Game on.
Well, his way first start. So a great start for him.
80.
Andreas away as well with
60.
his second dart.
And Neil Duff's an experienced enough campaigner here, knows every single in and out here to know that he's got a real opportunity that has opened up for him because of results elsewhere and because of his opening win against Steve West. That if he wins this, and the fact Andreas has already lost today, he puts himself in a
85.
picture which he looked at the beginning of the session fairly out of, if we're going to be brutally honest. He needed a big start to play himself back
57.
in, and a big start he could potentially get.
Yeah, well, as we said, though, he's no fool when it comes to
100.
playing the long game, then, if you like. He's of the same thinking of Steve West. You know, it's about the whole week and not
41.
necessarily just Group A. As long as you get to Saturday, any route will do.
100.
For Tunley's Harrison on the 156.
Shake of the head there by Neil. Finding 2 5s.
25.
Makes it all the more difficult to leave a finish.
Andreas,
He
you
has
require
done, though.
156.
But it's Harrison that has the first attempt. Needs another one of them. Can't find. He'll stay there for a 140.
140.
Very
You only
nicely
require
done
158.
to leave 16. And he will get an opportunity for the double 8.
98.
Duff unable
Andreas, you require 16.
to take out the 158. Double 4 now for Harrison. Double
Game
4
shot
is
on the
found
first
with
leg.
the second dart.
Andreas Harrison.
Breaks the throw of Duff and takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg,
More
Andreas
like
to
it
throw
from
first.
Andreas.
Game on.
Maybe game 1 was the only Andreas fault that we're going to see today.
Well, I'm sure it's
40.
wound him up a little bit. He gets away in his first visit in this leg. As does Neil Duff.
60.
Second dart for him.
At times, there's statues that show more emotion than Andreas Harrison does on a
95.
stage. Doesn't give a lot, if anything, away.
125.
But what I will say about Andreas off the oche is he's got a very
60.
dry sense of humour. Real wicked sense of humour, actually. Really good company to be around away from the board.
58.
Oh, starting on the 19s here.
58.
Switching to the top of the board with the third.
$98.
Well, Duff first to a finish in this particular leg. What kind of pressure can Andreas Harrison apply?
83.
Well,
Now you
that's
require
not
160.
Andreas's wisest move. 18 should have been the play for the last dart.
Yeah, left a bogey.
25.
But no real pressure applied there by Duff.
$57.
And he'd be annoyed with
Now you
that, Neil,
require
because he's
135.
played it right in this leg, but then just let his opponent off the hook. Or has he? Because it would have been so quintessential
63.
of him to have
Andreas
taken that
require
out
108.
just as his opponent's beginning to pile the pressure on. This for 2-0. Smothers away through. Finds a
James
double
on the second
16
leg.
and
Andreas
finds a
Harrison.
prize 108.
Third leg, Neil to throw first.
Finds himself 2-0 to
Game
the
on.
good and to within a leg of extending his lead at the top of the table. Neil Duff knows this is a big opportunity to get himself back in the swing of things in this group. If he loses this game, then it might be too big a gap to bridge. He now
No
has
score.
to come back from 2 behind.
Well, he doesn't get away on his first attempt either, and that allows Harrison to punish, and he has done. It gets away with the very first start.
63. No score.
Duff still not away.
So the throw taken over by the Swedes, who effectively has a free visit here to get himself as far away from the former Lakeside Champione as possible.
60.
Did both play at the Lakeside in 2022. Neil Duff's greatest day
No
for
score.
Andreas Harrison. He actually lost in the preliminary round to the Romanian Laszlo Kadar. Won the first set 3-0, lost the second set
40.
3-0, and then lost in what was the tournament's first last leg decider by 3 legs to 2.
43.
Well, Duff finally away with his 11th dart.
It's the same session that Jared
41.
Cole ended Martin Adams' Lakeside career. Nasty man.
100. $100.
Well, Harrison has ran away with this leg. And irrespective of what Duff does here, even if he parred in a max, would have had 6 on the 197 to have wrapped up a 3-0 victory.
58. $141.
Good darts from Harrison. Leaves 56 when he returns. And you fear that this is going to
40.
be a 3-0
Andreas
defeat
require
for Duff.
56.
Well, this should be all she wrote.
46.
But Harrison has missed a couple of opportunities, but Duff is not on the scene.
$125. Andreas, you require 10.
Double 5 then for the match. And double
shot,
five,
and a match,
5 is
Andreas
found with the first attempt to take a 3-0 victory over Neil Duff. A real opportunity missed there for Duff to move up the table. It's Andreas that is back on form and back in the groove. After the break, it's Rob Thornton and Richie Burnett.
Double 16,
Game
and
shot.
Ashley Coleman
And a
is
match,
up.
Ashley Coleman.
If he doesn't get this 92, he could be eliminated. Attacks it.
Game
And
shot.
gets double
And a match.
16
Jack
to keep
Aldridge.
himself in with a chance.
3 match darts, he's missed one already for a 9-dart
Game
shootout.
shot. And a
That's
match.
where we're going.
Coulson.
Group 1 of Champions Night goes to a 9-dart shootout.
It's now time for the 9-dart shootout.
Here is where Coulson's Champions Night could be won or lost.
100.
Oh, and Coleman, he joins
That
him.
concludes your 9-dart challenge.
It's Jack Aldridge that has been
for Ashley
eliminated.
Coleman and Derek
Aldridge
Coulson.
is going home.
Gets
Game
coached
shot.
up
And a match.
and
Here
running.
we go.
Double 18 for Scott Robertson to
Game
wrap
shot.
it up with
And
an
a match.
11-dart
Scott.
leg.
Game shot.
Because
and
he
a
has
match.
been
Here we go.
brutalised by Henry Coe. Put himself in a series final. It's double 10. It
Game
is
shot.
there,
a
and
match.
he is
Ashley
there.
Coleman.
Champions Night semi-finalist Coulson returns 3 darts in hand, and it
Game
is
shot.
third
And
time
Derek
lucky. He is into his first series final. Gets the treble, 2 championship darts at double 12, double 6 for Destiny. It's there! That's the way to finish it! And the man who shows
The Modus Super Series 14 champion, DC Derek Coulson!
He did it. He finally did it. Derek Coulson picking up his first Champions Week title. And at long last, it is his time to shine in the Portsmouth sunshine. Well, that's the end of Series 14. And what a series it was. And we get back underway with Series 15 on Monday morning from 9:30. We will have the usual list of players on Thursday morning ahead of that. And before that, we've got Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett going head to head. So, Thornton and Burnett, game 6 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Burnett, an opportunity to move on to 4 points if Robert Thornton could win this game because of his good start and Andreas Harrison losing to Burnett at the beginning. He had moved to within a couple of points of the Swede at the top of the standings, at the top of the table. And it has to be said that there was a lot more by way of output for
First leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Burnett in his opening match of the session. Got that win over Andreas Harrison. Ironically, bottom
No
beaten
score.
top.
Yeah, managed to hold on to the 2-0 lead that he acquired.
52.
Did go to a deciding leg, however. Richie away with his second dart.
So Burnett on the board.
No score.
Thornton yet to get himself off the mark.
100.
Finds a treble with the last dart there, does Richie. And Rob
56.
finds double 18 to get him underway.
140.
Certainly a bit more pep in the Burnett step this morning, isn't there? It's almost a complete polar opposite to Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
43.
he said today, didn't he? He said to you that he was ready for it today. He hasn't disappointed as of yet. Won his first, as we said. And looking to
55.
carry that win forward for the rest of the day.
Certainly not telling any porcupines.
81.
And has got all the
Richie
time
require
that one could
154.
possibly want to get himself up and running here. 6, probably 9, maybe even 12 for the 154 to
100.
get leg 1 up and running. Sets himself up for a single to double when he comes back.
58.
So this
Richie
to
require 54.
get himself up and running in the contest. Tops it is. Well, that
14.
dangles on the wire.
Well, it took a deflection, didn't it? And it was almost a very kind deflection. Didn't quite make the target, though.
29.
But he
Richie
has
require
another
40.
chance here to break Thornton. Now looking at double 10. Double 10 is
Shot on the
found
first
for the
leg.
breaker throw.
Richie Burnett.
He leads by 1 leg to 0.
Second leg, Richie to throw first.
So
Game on.
Richie up and running. This group, by the way, could squeeze up very quickly if Burnett's going to have a productive
score.
day.
Yeah, indeed. It could. Yeah. I mean, we've got 3 players on 6 points at the moment. Richie currently on 2. Looking
80.
to make that 4 here.
Burnett underway, dart 4 of the session, of the leg, shall I say?
96.
Obviously for Robert here, as you said, Henry, he can go within 2 points if he was to get the victory here over Richie Burnett.
95.
Within 2 points of Andreas Harrison, who's currently on 12 points at the top of the table.
85.
With just the 1 solitary loss so far. A clean sweep yesterday, 1 defeat today. That being against
60.
Richie himself.
$80.
Well, he's unlucky for more there, isn't he? Clatters into the rest of his darts and finds one on the floor. Has left a finish of 160 though.
Has to watch his work here, Richie. And watching his work he does, and he does so with real
134.
efficiency.
Robbie require 160.
Yeah, super thinking, super darts. 160, unable to go for Thornton.
85. Richie require 132.
132, can Burnett bag it?
Well, that's the 2.
82. Robbie, you require 75.
Chance for Thornton then. 18 now for tops.
35. Richie, you require
So this
50.
for 2 zip. And for a full control of this game,
Game shot on the second leg. Richie Burnett.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Richie Burnett. It's more
Third leg, Robert
purposeful.
to throw
Well, it's more
first.
positive, isn't
Game
it,
on.
by far from yesterday. You're not seeing so much frustration being aired either because he's
56.
playing well. He's playing better.
I think I'm seeing a focus from Richie that I've not seen in a while. Last time he played here in his group campaign, I think he'll be the first to admit that he played below par. He was a little bit
56.
agitated, a little bit frustrated at times. But you know what? We've not seen any of the histrionics that sometimes come with Richie. There just seems to be a focus. And
60.
he said himself that if he's a focused player, he is as good as anybody on the planet.
Well, I was just about to say we've not seen him have a conversation with the speaker yet.
Yeah.
And that's
140.
is a historic thing of his, a trait of his.
And he's the first to admit that at times he can do stuff that can be a little
100.
bit loopy. But when he's dialed in, he can perform. And I remember when we did an interview with him not too long ago, he said he had bursts in his career where the dedication, the focus, the
134.
want, the will, it was there. And no surprise that the correlation to that was winning a World Masters, winning a World Championship, getting to a match play final, doing some amazing things that
121.
not many players will be able to do or have ever done in their career.
Well, you do go through phases in your career as well of being more hungry more times than others,
40.
kind of thing. And
Robbie, you require
you know, sometimes
164.
it can get monotonous, and you know, and your hunger isn't there as much. But when your hunger
60.
is, you want to do your best, and
Richie, you require 131.
everything pays off. 131 for Burnett. Not going to go on this occasion. We're searching for the treble 17 there.
51. Robbie, you require
To
104.
extend the game furthermore. Stay there. The treble 18 would have left double 16. So Burnett, in theory, should get a match start from here.
24. Richie, you
Yeah,
require
so he
80.
looks at 80. That's a poor first start. Going for the 25. It's the bullseye.
50.
Well, he did get a match
Well, he
start. Not the
required
target
80.
he would have wanted, but it was an opportunity nonetheless. And so Thornton should get a look at Old Faithful. Does so.
Having to move across the hockey though
60.
to try and find a way through. That second dart a little bit too high.
Richie, you require 30.
Hindered somewhat. But it's double 15 for Burnett. Double 6 then.
18.
Not found.
Robbie, you
So
require 20.
Thornton looking at double 10 to save the match. Double 5.
10.
Should be curtains. Should be curtains.
Richie, you require 12.
Burnett back for double 6. To
shot,
complete
man of
the
match,
most
Richie
commanding of 3-0 wins over Robert Thornton. 2 wins out of 2 for the Prince of Wales. Maybe his fortunes are changing this week. Next up, Steve West. Sorry, Andreas Havison and Scott Mitchell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Richie Burnett get a 3-0 win over Robert Thornton to get win number 2 of the day. He lost every single match on Monday, but making a move on day 2. It's still Andreas Harrison top of the table. He still has a 4-point lead because apart from Richie Burnett, they've kind of been trading results, everybody, in terms of the league standings. The player that's lost ground is Scott Mitchell, 6 points adrift. Thornton 4 away from Harrison. West and Duff also on that 6-point mark. Could be an interesting battle to see who makes it into Group B come Thursday and Friday night. Richie Burnett, as you can see there, bottom of the pile, 4 points, but he's on the charge, he's on the move. He can very much put himself in the Group B picture come the end of play today. And we're going to see Scott Mitchell in action against Andreas Harrison. A game which yesterday featured an assault. Because, you may remember at the end of it, Scott Mitchell attacked Andreas Harrison. Gave the big bushy beard a bit of a
tickle.
Yes. Well, I asked Andreas about.
First leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I did ask Andreas, did you feel the force of a Scotty dog trying
120.
to pull your beard off? And he said, I couldn't feel a thing.
Well, obviously, Scotty was rather gentle then.
32.
Probably fear of getting battered himself. Well, he's getting a bit brave, isn't he? Because last time he was here, he tried to have a fight with Boris Kirchmar, which I don't think goes into the book of 101 most sensible things to do.
I mean, Scott is a big lad himself, but, you know, you have to be sensible sometimes.
Boris Kirchmar lifts Toyota cars for warm-up when he bench presses.
60.
Other cars are available.
Well, Scott here will be looking to
60.
Get underway of today's play. Yet to get a win today, and he'll be mightily frustrated that he hasn't. His doubling has proved to be a bit of an issue. Struggling to get off
100
and into the game. Has had to switch on occasions to other doubles
58
to try and get him into play.
Scott, I'm not going to say any more.
99.
How many times has he been sat up here in this commentary box, talks about dart maths, but then can't practice what he preaches?
Yeah, should have started on 19s there.
100.
And by the way, I will be watching that trend if you do something similar, Trina, so don't think you're completely off the hook.
There's no doubt that I will.
Luckily, I don't get down to 309 in a leg for that to be a problem.
Yeah, your brain does think very different when you're actually playing to when you're in commentary. But it's Harrison that is first to a finish here. It's bullseye.
61.
He's just wide of the mark.
Scott,
opportunity then for Mitchell to break through here. As he looks at 110. Well, that's a lovely dart for another treble to follow, but it's not quite there.
94.
He does find the treble 18, however.
Andreas, you require 25.
2 8s. Double 4.
17.
Bends the wire.
It did bend the wire, didn't it?
Scott, you require 16.
So 3 in hand at double 8 for Mitchell. Finds it with his second dart and a breaker throw.
Mitchell.
Great start for Scotty Dog.
Second leg, Scott
Maybe
to throw
the
first.
dog's tail is just
Game on.
beginning to wag. Needs something of a spark. Gets off dart 2, because if he doesn't, there's a possibility here that Scott
60.
Mitchell could be off an early bath.
Well, Andreas away with the same
57.
dart, his second as well.
$43.
Now Harrison
100.
finds one treble there on that visit. Scott having to move across the hockey. Find a way past that first start, does it very nicely.
100. $60. $98. $43.
Oh, just noticed here that Scott has slowed down his approach very slightly. The pace of his throw seems to be the same. However, retrieving the dart
100.
and his approach to the board has slowed down somewhat.
Yes, it's got a bit staccato for Scott.
45.
However,
Scott, you require 100.
he's yielding something.
He finds treble 20. Can he find the double 10?
80.
Not on this occasion. He will be back for it though. Harrison back on 196.
$58. Scott, you require 20.
So this to take a 2-0 lead. Double 10. Double 10
Angel
is
on the
found with the
second leg.
first dart
Scott Mitchell.
for Scott Mitchell. And he takes a 2-0 lead.
Third leg,
He wins
Andreas
this
to
game, he
throw
moves
first.
to within 4
Game on.
points of Andreas. He gives himself an outside chance, but he's going to need a real big push in the second half of Group A. He'd have to have endured the
120.
wobble that he had over the last game of yesterday and the beginning of today.
Harrison away with the first dart. Scott with his second.
100.
Great start from both players in this leg.
$140.
Harrison finding a much needed 140 there to try and win this leg. A leg he must win to stay in the match.
100.
A steady turn there from Scott.
I think steady is probably the operative word. But Harrison's just beginning to find his rhythm and flow now.
Yeah, he's left 101 after 9. Kicked off with a 120, followed by 2 140s in this leg.
60.
Now he has a real opportunity
Andreas, you require
to
101.
get a leg on the board.
Treble 15. Well, it's just into the 10. 75.
69.
Well, 52. So 32 left. So there's a correction in the scoreboard.
60.
This to keep
Andreas
Andreas in the
requires 32.
contest.
$16.
Well, hasn't found it, but he will return for double 8. Mitchell back on 181. Searching for a treble 20 with darts 2. He's staying there.
100.
Does pick a treble out
Andreas
eventually.
requires 16.
7 darts missed at a double to win a leg. Andreas Harrison in this game. And
No
by missing
score.
10 of them, the game could be up.
Scott, you require 81.
This to wrap it all up then for a 3-0 victory. Double 12. Double 12
Game
is
shot.
found
And
for
a
the match.
Scott Mitchell.
A much needed win there for Scott Mitchell as he takes the victory over Andreas Harrison. His second defeat of the day. Scott wins by 3 legs to 0. Coming up after the break, it's Steve West and Rob Thornton. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Scott Mitchell get back on track with a 3-0 win over the leader of this Group A, Andreas Harrison, by 3 legs to 0. A second defeat for Harrison in today's play. Now taken to the hockey is Rob Thornton and Steve West. Robert currently in joint second position on points, with 8 points alongside Mitchell. Steve West on 6 points just behind them. So a possibility for
Thornton here to go level on points.
First leg,
with
Steve to
Scott
throw
and
first.
Game on.
Sorry, Steve to go level on points with Rob and Scott. And West is in
45.
on his second dart.
Yeah, productive start for Steve West.
No score.
As I say, these two really are the closest of all pals. Not just a
100.
friendship, but a brotherhood between these two.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, they've been travelling the world together
96.
for so many years. That relationship is bound to wear off, isn't it? And they've travelled so much, spent so much time in each other's company.
140.
Well, it becomes one of two things, doesn't it? You either enjoy each other's company or you're sick of the sight of one another.
Well, I'm sure there's occasions where they've had that situation as well. Especially if one's been defeating one more than the other.
I've heard many stories of
83.
their trials and tribulations on tour. They've had
Steve, you require
some
116.
fun memories, some fun times traversing the circuit as West looks at 116.
76.
Depends on why with tops. Will have time on his side. Well, just a slight recalibration in terms of the scoreboard.
Well, just bring you some news then while this is going on. Congratulations to Carl Wilson and Hayley Inglis
40.
on the arrival of
Steve, you
Kobe
require 40.
Owen Wilson. Congratulations, guys. Double 10 though for West.
20. Robbie, you require 142.
Swanson here looking at 142. Well, this would be a steal. This would be a steal. Would have been daylight robbery for Robert.
Steve, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
Double 10 is found
West.
for Steve West to take the first leg of this match.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game
He's
on.
off the mark. And Thornton with work to do. It's been such a
56.
weird day today. Because it's almost felt as if, to a certain extent, the league table has absolutely flipped on its head. The good performance on day
120.
one, the Andreas Harrisons of this world, the Scott Mitchells of this world, they've had their struggles on day two. And then you head to the other side of the coin, Richie Burnett, who
60.
couldn't win a Richie Burnett lookalike contest yesterday, has all of a sudden won 2 from 2 on Tuesday. Well, there is the live table. As you can see, Harrison still has
60.
that 4-point lead. That's the most important thing from his perspective. But it just, none of it makes sense today. It really doesn't. But what you can see from second, third and fourth, all on 8 points. Duff on 6. He could move himself into contention as well. And Richie Burnett is playing himself into form
60.
beautifully.
A 2 from 2 for him today.
135.
This is more like Rob Thornton. He's left himself 70 when he returns.
60. Robbie, you require 70.
Plenty of time, plenty of space, plenty of room to manoeuvre.
Game show on the
And the
second
top
leg.
corner of top
Robert
sees this
Thornton.
game back on level terms.
Third leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. No score.
Well, you can't get much closer than that.
Yeah, unlucky, well thrown. Trying to persevere with
40.
tops, and that's the reason as to why.
Well, it is his favourite. And by the law of averages, he does hit it more often than not.
No score.
Steve West unable to achieve the same.
100. No score.
And still no progress for Steve West. 9 darts thrown at tops
90.
to get him off and in. Unfound as of yet. Well, he does find the double 19 on dart 11.
95.
And the thing is, Thornton, there was a leg early one, wasn't there, against Scott
30.
Mitchell, where he had a lot of darts head start, but was unable to use his scoring turns to take advantage. If West can find something decent here, then all of a
55.
sudden the gap between the pair in this leg just gets bunched up a little. They become a little bit more equilibrionic.
60.
How'd you say it? Rather you than me. Big words like that, Henry.
Long week.
140.
You're lucky my voice is still holding out. I saw that video that someone put on social media yesterday.
85.
Well, Thornton has left himself 96.
59. Robbie, you require 96.
So treble 20, the target. He'll stay there. Oh, he goes for 18s. It's going double.
48.
Unable to find. Slipped into
Steve, you
the
require
double 4.
152.
And gives West a chance at the 152.
64. Robbie, you require
Well, to get his
48.
nose in front. Tops it is.
8.
Had it surrounded. Couldn't nestle away through.
Steve, you require 88.
And this would be a steal. It's bullseye.
63.
Just wide of the mark.
Robbie, you require 40.
Top 7 for Thornton. And
James
Tops is
Shaw on the
found
third
with
leg.
the second
Robert
dart
Thornton.
to take the lead by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, Robert to
gets the
throw
break
first.
that puts him in
Game on.
front and puts it 2 within a leg.
No score.
However, a dry start just presents an opportunity to West.
No score.
I think that was coming off the top wide. I don't think it was finding its way into the target.
No, both coming up dry, as you say, Henry, on their first visit.
No score.
And Rob unable to find the double on his second.
Well, eventually
60.
gets there with dart 5. Thornton still trying to get things started.
No score.
Still unable to. West got room to manoeuvre now to try and take us all the way to a last leg decider.
140.
Well, punishes nicely with a 140. Thornton does get
60.
away with dart number 11.
83. 60.
Unable to find anything in the red. But West can. He can find two.
135.
That's what Sam Mulliner would say, business trebles.
95. Steve, you require 83.
83 then for West to level.
43.
Well, tops left for West to take us all the way. But look at the Thornton response.
180.
It's not too little, but is
Steve,
it a
you require
case
40.
of too late?
Game
Yes,
shown
is the
on fourth
answer.
left.
West levels
Steve
up
West.
at 2-2.
Fifth and final leg.
Yeah, break
Steve
straight
to
back
throw
as well.
first. Game on.
And now throwing for the match.
No score.
Doesn't get away though. So it could swing back in the advantage of Thornton here if he can find a double.
No
He
score.
can't. No damage done.
West eventually gets off the mark.
100.
And a ton start forces Thornton to find something. And find something, to his credit, he is duly able to do.
80.
Dart number 4 gets him underway.
Race to the line from this point onwards.
93.
A win for Rest would
85.
really congelate the table. And it looks like he's going the best way about it. Remember, trailed in this match 2-1, but we'll get an opportunity when he comes back off the 1-4-6 to win it.
Yeah, brilliant setup play by West.
60.
Finding 3 treble
Steve, you
18s
require
there.
146.
Now was in to have a look at the 1-4-6.
122.
Again, superb setup play for West.
Ball management has always been one of his best hallmarks.
43.
And it's left him on double 12
Steve, you require
to
24.
win this game. Remember, you trailed by 2 legs to 1. But he's managed to
shot,
find
and
a
a match,
way
Steve
over the
West.
line to best his best friend, Robert Thornton. It's a win for West. And it's a win that puts him on to 8 points. And it really makes this table tight going into the final match on this cycle. Burnett and Duff is coming up in a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we've seen Steve West take a 3-2 victory over Rob Thornton. Have to come in from behind. And now taken to the hockey, Richie Burnett and Neil Duff. Richie, 2 from 2 for him so far today. He'll be hoping to continue that trend. If he does so, he will go level with Neil Duff on 6 points. This a chance for Neil to
First
move on
leg,
to
Richie
8
to
points,
throw first.
along with
Game
3
on.
others.
Well, today has been a better day for Burnett. It's been, in truth,
No
the
score.
exact opposite to what happened on Monday. Quite literally the exact opposite to what happened on Monday.
40.
But he cannot let up against Duff.
Oh no, Duff having a defeat of
60.
3-0 against Andreas Harrison in his last game, so he'll be agitated and will want to get back on
100.
track here and find a win.
Yeah, it's been a case so far where it's just not properly got going yet for Neil Duff, and things like that
180.
is not going to necessarily aid the cause.
Oh, indeed, but
180.
Neil Duff returns the favour of a maximum to Burnett.
Proper stuff, this.
95.
However, Burnett, the frustration is over the fact that he's left himself on a bogey number. Presented Duff with 6 from this 181 to get a break of throw.
100.
He's himself on 81 to get himself off the
58.
mark.
Neil, you require
May
81.
just be a dart at the pull off the back of this.
Bullseye.
56.
And again, far away as he just grazes
Richie, you
the
require
wire.
108.
Gives Burnett a chance at the 108. Treble 18 should be his target. It's not found.
54. Neil, you require
So,
25.
opportunity to break. 2-8 to Duff.
Game shot on the first leg.
Squeezes it into the
Neil
top
Duff.
corner. And it is the Northern Irish world champion who leads
Second leg, Neil
in this
to
battle
throw
of former
first.
Lakeside
Game on.
winners.
Faulty.
Second leg in a row. Neil Duff's got off dart 3.
No score.
Second leg in a row. Duff's had a free visit to score.
$45.
Well, unable to pick out a treble. So Richie switching
No score.
to 16s. That's some distance away with that second dart.
Well, Duff leading this game by solitary leg to nil and really looking to kick on, as you mentioned. It looked as if it was starting rather productively when he got the better of Steve West 3-1, but I suppose when he lost that game to Andreas Harrison, it was kind of a case of him going back to the start again and having to start all over.
45.
Yeah, you do kind of like have to reset. Now Richie finally away
60.
with dart number 5. Sorry, dart number 8.
85.
Now, the problem you got, if you're
60.
Now, if you're Richie Burnett, if you're going to struggle to get off, then you've got to match that with heavy scoring, and the scoring boots haven't quite been there. And those two things meet in the middle, only one thing happens, and Neil Duff is just taking this game by the scruff of the neck, and if we're going to be perfectly honest, hasn't had to do much to do that.
66. Neil, you require 146.
Burnett visibly getting a little bit frustrated. 146 for Duff.
98.
Be back for the 48. Burnett with a mountain to climb here.
140.
Finds a 140.
Neil, you require 48.
It's tops for Duff. Double 10.
28.
Burnett just looking to set it up here, and he's made things rather difficult for himself. 30 scored.
49. Neil, you require
So
20.
2 10s to double up for Duff.
Well, he didn't like that one, did he?
16.
Chance for Burnett then
Richie, you
to
require 126.
break straight back here. He looks at 126. Needs to find the treble 19. Would have left the bullseye.
58.
Instead, Duff returns
Neil,
for
you
double
require
2.
4.
2 2s for 2-0.
Game showing the second leg.
Squeezes above.
Neil Duff.
Clinks off the wire. And the Duff man is 2 to the good.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, Burnett changing tack
41.
quickly and changing tack successfully. But Duff straight off. Every leg in this game, he's managed to start in his first turn. And that is the first 160 start that we've seen at this double trouble.
$100.
Yeah, 160 start for Duff.
As I say, we've seen the bullseye
85.
miss for a double in 9 darter before in this venue. That was John Henderson in the second edition against his good friend Robert Thornton, who ironically, of course, has had one hit against him in the Royal Grand Prix.
60. $125. 140. Neil, you require 131. $41. Richie, you require 160.
160 for Burnett to keep himself in the contest. It might be the only opportunity he gets to keep
70.
himself in the game.
Neil, you
Duff
require
here looking
90.
at 90 to get it wrapped up.
Double 15 for the match. Well, he's put it on the inside.
82. Richie, you require 90.
Burnett, chance to save here as he looks at the same target. Double 15.
$75. Neil, you require 8.
Double 4 for Duff. As Richie Burnett looks
4.
on. Didn't think he was going to get another opportunity.
Richie, you require
They're
15.
having a bit of banter between themselves here.
You know, I said that Richie Burnett was being rather tame today. Well, I want to stand corrected.
He's looking at 15. Well, he's at an 8.
I mean, first things first, he went 11 for double 2.
13.
I've got no idea.
Neil, you
But
require
this
4.
another match-winning chance for Neil Duff to eventually wrap the
No
game
score.
up. But he is fluid in the double 17. And what was rather comical a second ago is becoming
Richie,
rather
require
frustrating
2.
for Neil Duff.
Double 1 for Burnett.
No score.
Well, them two, you couldn't consider as markers, that's
Neil, you
for
require
sure.
4.
And again, Duff looks at double 2. Very nearly finds the double 17 again there. It's double 1 for him as well.
No score. Richie, you
Well-
require 2.
It's living up to its name, isn't it, Double Trouble?
No score. Neil, you require 4.
And again, another attempt for Duff. Moving across. Just above. So double 1.
Game
Double
shot.
1
And
is
the match,
found
Neil
for
Duff.
the match by Neil Duff. Eventually gets over the line with that leg being troublesome for both. And they see the funny side. It's a 3-0 victory for Neil Duff. And coming after the break is Steve West and Andreas Harrison.
Hello, welcome back. And this is what we've seen so far today. 3-0 win to Neil Duff and Scott Mitchell in the last round of fixtures has left Andreas Harrison still on 12 points, but of a number of players 4 points behind him. Mitchell, Thornton and Westall on 8, as well as a certain Neil Duff as well. This is how the table looks going into the penultimate round of play. Harrison a 4-point lead from 4 and 8 to Richie Burnett, stranded on 4 points in the Group A tabla. So West and Harrison is 10th up to the stage. And if Andreas wins this, then he will have clear daylight at the top of the table. He will be 6 clear. But I feel like this is possibly the most important game of this group, because if Harrison wins it, as I say, he's got that bit of daylight. But if Steve West goes on to win this contest, then the gap reduces to 2, and there's a possibility that 2 other players will join him on that mark, because you've got Mitchell against Burnett and Thornton against Duff in the next couple of games. So a defeat here for Harrison could be costly, because he could find that gap, that cushion that he had at the top of the table very quickly begin to evaporate.
38.
West underway, deciding to switch at the last and then find at the double 19.
No score.
Andreas fails to get away in his first visit.
95. No score.
Well, switches to 18s and couldn't find any success there either. Steve West just running away with this leg now as he hits the maximum.
180.
Again, Andreas switching and
No score.
switching again to tops, but unsuccessful.
Well, we're officially at brush alert.
81.
Because West has left himself handy and Harrison's still not started, but he has now.
108. Steve, you require 107.
107 for West to get himself up and running. He's going to look at Bull for tops.
46.
He's got such a hefty, healthy lead in this game.
97. Steve, you require 61.
61 then for West. Tops.
21.
Yeah, no rush for West.
59.
However, he
Steve,
will
you
want to
require
get
40.
the leg one here. Double 10.
20.
And it's not found. And is that going to be one of these legs where Andreas creeps up slowly behind him and bites him on the bum?
97. Steve, you require 20.
2 10s.
Game
Just
short on the first leg.
sneaks in,
Steve
but it
West.
doesn't matter how, as long as you do. West 1 up.
Second leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on. No score.
Well, Harrison struggling in this match to get away quickly.
No score.
Harrison switching to double 16. Did that last time,
51.
didn't he? Found that double 16.
Well, he's found a successful secondary option, and I'm sure
60.
Paul Nicholson, who's going to be here, he's going to be here in the second half of the week. I know that he's going to talk about
45.
how secondary options are so important that if plan A doesn't go, then you need to have something that can back you up. You've got to have a different line of attack.
95.
Because you know what they say, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing 100 times and expecting the same results.
Yeah, indeed. And dart players are stubborn sometimes. We are stubborn.
41.
It's it kind of like becomes a challenge, whereupon you won't be beaten.
76.
I will get you. And it's having the sense to switch targets to enable you to potentially move forward within the leg.
100. $45.
Trying to find a way through there. Persistent with the 20 bed.
58.
Just beginning to work his way back into this contest is Andreas.
58.
Changed his mind last minute there, Steve. To leave himself on the 167.
100. Steve, you require 167.
Some found there for Harrison. And he will have an attempt at the 106. West unable
24.
to threaten the first
Andreas,
treble
you require 106.
for the 167. Treble 17 now for the bullseye for a 106 checkout.
81.
Well, we know he's got a history of converting that treble 17
require
ball. He did it against
143.
Crabtree that time.
$57.
It looked like Steve West gave himself
Andreas,
a
you
good
require
talking
25.
to there. Harrison looking at 25. Double 8 then to level.
Game showing the second leg.
And that's where we're
Andreas
at. It's
Harrison.
1-1.
Third leg,
Steve West
to
has
throw
a
first.
picture
Game on.
painted on his face as to how we're in this particular predicament.
Away first starts in
120.
this third leg. Harrison with his second dart.
60.
And part of the problem for Andreas is he's not getting in first visit, which he did a lot of the time yesterday. The only time actually he's had success getting in
60.
straight away was in his game against Scott Mitchell, where it was getting out that was a problem in terms of his doubling. He's just not quite had that efficiency in terms of getting legs
140.
started in relation to what he was able to do on Monday.
It's always going to be hard to emulate a clean sheet.
57.
And he had the advantage, as you said yesterday, where he was able to get off the mark pretty early on in his games yesterday. And it's been a real trouble for him today.
125.
That last dart's a slip. It's not left him on a finish now. He might get away with it. He's telling his darts to get up.
58.
And then had to traverse to the 54 to try and leave himself on the 170.
$45.
Again, not happy with the low dart.
58.
Switches to
Andreas, you
19s
require
to try and recover a
131.
little bit there, but unable to do so.
$91.
Good pick up for the last.
Steve,
Leaving
you
himself
require
on tops.
148.
West needs a golden moment. He's not going to come with a 148. It's too many darts by
92.
his own very visible
Andreas,
facial
you require
expression, just
40.
dropping too low for his liking.
Game
Tops is
showing the
found
third
for
leg.
Harrison
Andreas Harrison.
to break the throw of West and move ahead by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, Andreas to throw
Breaks
first.
the throw, and now
Game
with
on.
the darts to win it. And straight out the gate. Straight out the gate. Perfectly out the gate.
160.
Well, that's the second 160 start that we've had today. You're the one being in the last match, in fact, which was Neil's duff.
Switch works.
95.
And then picks off the treble with the last, but what is Harrison doing here?
95.
If he hit the 171 there on that particular target, he was on for potentially the most perfect of legs. The perfect way to take out the perfect leg.
60.
Because the 171 would have left him on 170.
57.
He's feeling fruity, is Dirty Harry.
$100.
That's a good last start to leave 86. Here comes West applying pressure. Brilliant.
171.
Brilliant from
Andreas
Steve
Rupa,
West.
86.
But is it too late? Well, it's bullseye for the match.
Well, the thing is, it
38.
might not just be too
Steve
late for
requires
Steve West, it would
78.
have been too late for the rest of the group. What a guide for the ball!
53.
Unable to get it, so Harrison should
Andreas
get too
Rupa,
much darts
48.
here. Pick your target. Of course, it's double top. 2 10s.
Game
Is
shot,
there,
and a match,
and that
Andreas
extends
Harrison.
the gap at the top to 6 points. Andreas Harrison, despite having his trials and tribulations today, is still in pole position. That is why, coming up after the break, we are going to see Scott Mitchell take on Richie Burnett in another meeting of 2 world champions 20 years apart. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, we saw Andreas Harrison move clear again at the top of the table. Temporary 6-point gap at the summit as a result of a 3-1 win against Steve West. Next up, Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett. Mitchell looking to keep pace with the Swede at the summit, whilst Richie Burnett's perfect start to Tuesday was derailed by Neil Duff in his previous. It's fair to say that Scott's not had the best of days today, Trina, but yet has still kept his neck above water because of that win by 3-0 against Harrison in the previous game, and the fact that everybody else is it's seemingly pick points off of one another, but this is where now he's really got to go on a spurt.
Yeah, totally agree. He has, a disappointing start for him, and
First leg, Scott to throw first.
Dublin hasn't
Game
been
on.
what it was yesterday. He's really struggled, and as you say, that win over Harrison really got him back on track, and he needs to continue that now going forward. He gets away with his second dart.
43.
And it was interesting that we saw a change in pace in that game against Andreas. That zip that we were speaking about was just derailed.
80.
Maybe just sensing, not playing at his best, that he just needs to bring things back down to a more regularly pacing for himself.
Yeah, and it's not so much throwing the darts, it's
100.
his retrieving and setup then, if you like, his approach to the oche. You can see there he's slowed right down again.
55.
It's something that is relevant to Scott's play. That is the norm for him.
He 140.
Finds a 140 there.
$100. $60.
Only a 60 found for Mitchell. Has left himself a finish, however. Which he should switch here to 19s. He does so. Unsuccessful.
33.
So Scott here looking at
Scott,
158
you require
to
158.
get things up and running. Unsuccessful, but he has got the luxury of time to get himself off the mark as Richie
60.
Burnett trials the brand new Richie Burnett Yoga DVD sample poses.
Well, it's found him a 2 treble visit, so
Scott, you require
an exercise
98.
it did him good. Mitchell looking at 98. Treble 18 now. 20 now for tops.
58.
Should he return?
Richie, you require
93 for
93.
Burnett.
You'd have to say this would be a real pinch. Scott has had large swathes of control in this leg, but
77.
Burnett has missed a dart at double 16 to get it done himself.
Scott, you require 40.
So this for a holder throw. And tops
Game
is
for the
found
first
for
leg.
that holder throw.
Scott Mitchell.
Scott leads by 1-0.
Second leg, Richie to throw
Himself off
first.
the mark.
Game on.
Just needs to try and keep his neck as much above water as possible. Second consecutive leg that Burnett's out from the get-go.
120.
Yeah, good start from Burnett.
Perfect start from
160.
Scott Mitchell.
Well, that's the third perfect start today.
Don't know about you, Trina, but I fancy this.
85.
I fancy him to hit a maxi here.
Do you?
I really do.
You know you've put the mockers on it now, don't you, Henry? Oh. Oh.
140.
Almost right, Henry.
If he hit that 9, I would have walked out this building never to have been seen again.
Oh, Scott, you've let us down.
60.
That's a good leg here. Kicks off with a 160 and then a 140 for Mitchell.
41.
Only manages a 41 on that occasion. Has left himself a finish of 160 though. Well, he's just got off with that, so he's got no excuse.
Just got to do it the other way round now, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
100. Scott, you require 160.
Put out on 136. If Mitchell cannot hit big, but he's not going to find the second 160 of the leg. Started with that particular number. He's not going to finish with that particular number.
60. Richie, you require 136.
An opportunity then for Burnett. Shot's not on now. 71 left.
104.
It's a good dart to leave 32.
Scott, you require 100.
Potential 2 dart visit here though for Scott. It's tops for him to take out the ton.
Game
It's
shot on the
perfectly
second
done
leg.
by Scott Mitchell for a 2-0 lead.
Well, just the third ton
Third leg,
topper
Scott
that we've
to
seen,
throw
and
first.
Burnett doesn't quite know what's
Game on.
happening. But you can see the funny side of it.
But it's not really funny. He stands there, folded arms, as if to say, what can I do? As Scott gets away with his second dart
60.
in this third leg.
Well, it's not as if he's struggling to get away because he's got a first visit both legs. It's just the scoring's let him down massively.
Again,
56.
he's away there again with his second dart. So as you say, the getting away is not the problem. It's been the scoring.
One 100. $100.
Oh, Burnett finding a little bit of dance with them 3 arrows. Doing his exercises, stood behind Mitchell. Again,
24.
doing a few squats.
$100.
Now, does well to find a treble with the last for Richie.
$41.
Oh, Burnett just taking his time on approach to the board.
Yeah, the approach pace of this pair is making tortoises look like hares.
140.
Burnett needs himself 105 to reduce the gap. He's averaging 10 points more than
95.
his opponent, mainly
Richie, you
based
require
off the fact that he's
105.
been able to get out perhaps just a bit more efficiently than Scott. And he's got 6 darts from here to get himself on the board. We'll need that full quota.
49.
Well, getting in has been good for both players in this match. They've both got off
100.
every time on their first visit.
Richie require 56.
It's Burnett now looking at 56 to get a leg on the board and save the match. It's tops. Double 10.
36.
It's not found, so this could be
Scott,
it.
you require
This
81.
could be a 3-0 victory here for Mitchell. So he looks at 81. Double 13 then for the match.
55.
So another
Richie, you
stay of
require 20.
execution for Burnett. Two fives. Well, he cannot say he hasn't had his chances in this game.
10.
But another 3 missed could well spell the end of it if double 13 is lucky for Scott
Scott, you
Mitchell.
require 26.
Surely that's got to be a guide. Just moves across. Try and use the barrel.
Game shot.
Uses it
and the match,
perfectly
Scott Mitchell.
to deflect into the double 13 to take a 3-0 victory over Richie Burnett. And that is Scott Mitchell back on track. When we come back after the break, it's Rob Thornton and Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we sent Scott Mitchell take a 3-0 win over Richie Burnett. As far as the doubling was concerned, they were in straight away on their first visit. It was just too much for Burnett and too many opportunities missed.
First leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
So Duff and Thornton in game 12. Final match from the 4th cycle of games.
No score. No score.
Rob off with his 4th
50.
start.
He's up and running. Can Duff get up and running? Yes, he can.
60. $140.
Good 140 there from Thornton.
Is it fair to say that Robert's really battled away for everything that he's got in this group so far?
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
100.
I mean, he is a prolific tops player, but it's eluded him at times.
121.
He's been a bit hit and miss with his scoring as well. But as you say, he's had to battle for everything that he's
134.
got today.
Scrapped away. And look, that's one of his best qualities. Look, we know he's got a very high ceiling, but he's also got this ability that when things don't quite go to plan, he can really stick with a task and find a way out of it. It's that kind of tenacity, that will, that want, that never quit attitude, which has made him so well loved and liked by supporters around the world.
17.
Just sneaks into the double
Neil, you
one
require
there.
70.
Gives Duff the chance at this 70. 20 now for tops. To nick the leg.
30.
Oh, he's put that sky high.
Robert, you require 38.
Double 19,
James on the
straight
first
there,
leg.
straight in.
Robert
Thornton, one up.
Yeah, decent leg of darts
Second
there
leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
from Thornton.
$40.
Gets in with the last start of the first visit.
No score.
And Thornton unable to get away. Time for Duff to find that treble 20 bed.
100.
Well, the word breathing space has been rather popular in UK pop culture over the last week or so. That was exactly what Neil Duff
80.
has, but only if he can continue to score with some proficiency.
Oh, he's straight back into that treble 20 bed.
140.
Finds a 140.
$140.
As does Robert Thornton.
$85.
Thornton can only try and set things up. Has to stay on that target.
85. Neil, you require 136.
136 won't go. However, he will return.
58.
As Thornton not on a finish, but he'd love a 180 here, or even a 140. 140 it is to leave
Neil, you require
56.
78.
Puts the pressure on this 78 for Duff. Now 74. Treble 14.
38. Robert, you require 56.
16 for double top. Misses the big number. So it's one dart, a double top for 2-0.
36. Neil, you require
Well,
40.
Thornton misses tops. Duff looking at tops. And we're not talking about the start of the leg all over again.
Well, right on the wire
Robert, you
with
require
the first
20.
two. And underneath with the third. One in hand for double five for Thornton.
10. Neil, you require 20.
So 2 10s. Still 2 10s.
Game show on
No
the
longer
second
2
leg.
10s.
Neil
1
Duff.
1.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. $40.
Off on the first visit for Thornton.
$100.
The second dart in for Duff.
83.
A good last start from Thornton after a disappointing second dart into the treble one.
140.
All the players eyeing up tops to kick off the legs. That will change as the week goes on. We'll see Simon Whitlock navigate his way down the bottom of the board. Say too with Keegan Brown. And
80.
Keegan, if he misses double 16 with the first dart, may go down to the 19s a fair bit. Same with Simon, if the truth be told. Still not quite
100.
the kind of scut tactic of kicking the leg off on double 17.
60. Neil, you require 161.
161 for Duff. Can't finish, has got time though.
125. $44.
Double 18 then
Neil, you require 36.
to take the third leg of the match.
Name
He
shot on
pins
the
it with the
third
first
leg.
dart
Neil Duff.
to lead by 2 legs to 1. A break of throw as well for the
Fourth
Duff
leg,
man.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
And finds himself throwing for the match.
13 darter, and all of a sudden he has
No score.
every single sinew of control.
No score. No score.
Well, Thornton's finally away.
100.
Duff still lagging a visit behind. Now has to chase,
120.
but has chased rather well. Shanghai start. Shanghai away.
$85.
Oh, he's peppering that red bit again.
140.
140 on this occasion.
$45. $85. $39. Neil, you require 156.
A disappointing visit for Thornton. Duff moving across the hockey, searching for that treble 20.
45.
And over pitches there and puts it into the 5.
Yeah, and it's potentially made life a little bit hard work if Thornton can find something of a tangible nature here.
85. Neil, you require 111.
85 leads himself on 147. Duff looking at trouble 17, unable to find a way. But what he will do
79.
is when
Robbie
he comes
require
back, is he's going to
147.
give himself a opportunity at 32 to win it. Unless Thornton could have found the 147 break.
Well, he's a wire
89.
away from the treble
Neil, you
17
require
there.
32.
And it's 32 for the
Game
match
shot. And
for
the
Neil
match,
Duff.
Neil Duff.
And he pins it with the first start to take a 3-1 win over Robert Thornton. Puts him onto 10 points now. And he closes the gap on the leading pack. It's Richie Burnett next and Steve West. Well, here are the last 3 results from today's play. Neil Duff taking a 3-1 victory there over Robert Thornton. A 3-0 win for Scott Mitchell over Richie Burnett. And Andreas Harrison defeats Steve West by 3 legs to 1. And this is the table. This is how it stands. Andreas still ahead on 14 points, 4 points clear of Scott Mitchell and Neil Duff. Robert Thornton and Steve West on 8 points, and Richie Burnett on 4.
And so let's head into the final cycle on this Tuesday, and a meeting between Steve West and Richie Burnett. It started so well for Richie on Tuesday. Won each of his opening 2 games, but 2 defeats in succession. He's now trying to rescue what would be a more positive day. As for Steve West, if he wins this game, he'll be on 10 alongside
First leg,
Mitchell
Richie
and
to throw
Duff.
first. Game on.
Burnett to get us underway,
No score.
but unable to find something early on. So West with the early ascendancy, if he can find proficiency on the outer ring.
40.
Well, he does with the last start of his first visit.
No score.
Well, that second dart looked closer to the treble than it did the double. And Richie's not afraid to let us know
43.
about how he feels about that.
He's a very animated player, isn't he? He does get away this time.
Took to dart 7, but underway he is.
75.
But Steve hasn't exactly troubled the scorers, and Burnett with the throw. He may still be able to salvage the situation somewhat.
60.
Yeah, his opportunity to gain ground here, hasn't he? Doesn't
45.
manage to do so, however. Only a 45 from Richie. Unable to take advantage of the 60 scored by West in his previous
100.
throw.
$38.
A sag of the shoulders for Richie Burnett.
140.
That 140 puts West on a 118 outshot.
140. Steve, you require 118.
Treble 20 now for tops for 118 checkout.
78.
Not there, and so he has got time to navigate a manoeuvre.
171. Steve, you
From
require
Burnett,
40.
but is it too late?
Game shot on the
It
first
is,
leg.
unfortunately
Steve
for
West.
him, as West finds tops.
Well, in this leg for Burnett, it's too late, but there's another one coming.
Second leg,
But
Steve
this one
to throw
against
first.
the throw.
Game on.
Doesn't matter what double. Really
21.
doesn't matter what double.
Oh, Steve West will not care that it's double one that gets him off and running.
60.
He's a Wapers.
$96.
I reckon he'll probably be the first to admit, Steve, that so far this week
140.
it's been a case of things being stop-start as far as his campaign and his title defence is concerned.
Yeah, he would agree with that, and I agree with
58.
you as well on that, Henry. It has been stop-start, and there hasn't been that consistency that we're used to seeing from Steve West.
140.
He has time to iron things out and won't be panicking, that's for sure.
95.
Well, it's a luxury that
Richie require
playing the full week
161.
affords you is the opportunity to put things right on Thursday and Friday if needs be. Burnett's got 6 on the 161. And look, Richie probably have the same mindset, the same mentality going into tomorrow.
87.
Probably, realistically, he's probably the only player that can guarantee a say in Group C, maybe. And so as a consequence of it, just go out there, enjoy it, get some wins and get yourself ready for
53.
your secondary group.
Richie requires 74.
It's just slipped into the treble 11 there, going for the treble 14. Double 18.
38.
Well, he was looking at filling it up.
90.
Was unable
Richie
to
require 36.
do so. Burnett on Old Faithful, the double that landed him a world title. He's not going to land him this leg.
Game
double
on the
nine
second
will.
leg. Richie
Back on
Burnett.
terms, back in the game.
Third leg, Richie to throw first.
Yeah.
Game on.
Break of throw. Returned there for Burnett.
No score. No score.
Richie away with his 4th dart.
117. $60.
Fifth dart away for West.
40.
Now looking for them big trebles. And West
180.
has found 3 of the best there. A maximum for him.
$60. 65.
Well, only really a 140 is going to trouble West here. And that doesn't look like troubling anything.
That's a very high dart, isn't it? Early
59.
release of the dart.
$100.
Well, West is hoping to get to the crow's nest with a big win in hand. As for
28.
Burnett, he's going to find himself
Steve, you
bottom of
require
the
96.
pecking order come what may at the end of this group. West returning for 96 to get the breaking lead. 2-1, double 18, 2 9s, plenty of time now. Could potentially split if he wanted to. He's going to be
87.
forced to split when he comes back.
Yeah, time on his side, isn't there?
$81.
Well, a big snatch
Steve,
of
you
the dart
require
there,
9.
wasn't it, by Richie Burnett with the last. It's double 4 now for West to take the lead
Game
once
on the
more.
third leg. Steve West.
Well, has he potentially, as Burnett
Fourth leg,
looks on
Steve to throw
disconsolately in the
first.
background,
Game on.
survived a scare, Steve West?
No score.
Well, Richie away first start this time.
Looking to spread his wings in this leg.
80. $60.
West away as well on his second visit.
Now, last couple of legs, Steve has got out second turn, just losing a visitor leg effectively.
$100. $115.
Good cover shot by West, picking off 2 treble 19s there after the switch.
41. $66. $85.
They moved across the yockey there to try and find a way through, but took a massive deflection and into the 5.
Well, Burnett had overturned the throw, but
41.
a couple of poor scores, and Steve himself hasn't been able to really swoop in and punish.
59. $59. Richie, you require
136 then for
136.
Burnett to level up.
$43.
Trying to force his way through, but another
Steve, you require
deflection takes him into the
160.
treble 1 rather than the treble 20. And this 160 could go.
100. Richie, you require 93.
Well, the eagle couldn't quite land there for Steve West. 86 remaining for Burnett to save the match.
61.
Not there, so West will have an opportunity here to finish the day on 10 points alongside Mitchell
Steve,
and
you
Duffel. They
require
do
60.
both play off in the final game of the session. It's been a day of up and downs for Steve West. He's
50.
unable to end it with a win just yet.
A chance for Burnett
Richie,
to
you
level
require
and take us to a
32.
deciding leg. Double 16. No, double 8. Double 4.
24.
Opportunity gone.
Steve,
And
you
surely
require
now,
10.
this is the moment for Steve West. Underneath.
6.
Well, Burnett gets another chance, and he's just
Richie,
been
you
able
require
to
8.
see and talk to his speaker for the first time. It has
Range on the 4th
worked.
leg.
He's
Richie
hit the
Burnett.
double 4 to take us all the way.
5th and final leg, Richie to throw first.
To the
Game on.
distance we go. We
96.
start to Burnett. What can West muster?
He's away with dart 3.
All in this final leg.
97.
A race to the finish.
45.
A trebleless visit there for West is not going to help his cause. Burnett with the darts and the advantage in this leg.
60.
Both scrapping it out for 2 points like falcons searching for prey. We'll see the man at the perch
58.
in Andreas Harrison in the next one. He takes on Robert Thornton.
$140.
A good 140 found there by Burnett. Leaves him 108.
27.
Steve West getting
Richie
a
require
bit annoyed with
108.
himself there.
For the match. On the
92.
inside.
Time on his side in this. West back on 335. He is peppering the treble 20 bed and hits the 180.
180. Richie requires 16.
However, it should only be the delaying of the inevitable, but that is not kind. Not kind at all.
Has to stretch all the way across.
No score.
Deflects, and this could
Steve, you
go
require
for West.
155.
Well, this would be some escapology act, some act of defiance. If he could find the double 19 for the 155, oh, that would have been incredible.
117.
Opportunity
requires 16.
missed. And surely now Burnett is going to wrap this up. It's now double 4. One dart in hand.
8.
And he's bent the wire
Steve, you require
and
38.
allows West back in.
How's double 19 this time, Steve? Can he find a way across to the left?
19.
Just too high. But high enough to give Burnett another opportunity.
Richie, you require 8.
Perfect guide. But now chasing and chasing,
Game
but
shot.
finds the
And a match
twos.
for Richie Burnett.
And you can see as he nearly slumped to his haunches how hard work that was for the pair of them. Steve West knows that he's lost ground there. Richie Burnett with a better day than yesterday. 3 wins out of 5 for him, having got the better of Steve West by 3 legs to 2. Harrison and Thornton is our penultimate match of the session, and that's coming up next. 2 more games to go on this Tuesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we kick off with a meeting between Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton. Before the break, Richie Burnett got the better of Steve West by 3 legs to 2. As far as the table's concerned, Harrison has a 4-point lead at the top. If he wins this one, it will extend to 6 ahead of Mitchell's game against Duff. So what will happen here is there's a guarantee of what happens depending on the Harrison's result. If he wins, he'll be 4 points clear as a guarantee. If he loses this game, he's guaranteed to only have a splendid 2-point lead. Now, this match will also be the first game of Wednesday's play as well. So this potentially a big head-to-head for Dirty Harry.
40.
Both players out the gate. First time of asking.
$100. $60. $81.
Treble found with the last start there for Andreas.
38.
Either side of the treble 20 into the 5s and the 3s there for Robert.
Well, just a slight technical malfunction, so the scores just getting themselves together. Even in these moments, Andreas can't help but crack a smile. He's a very, very go-lucky character, is our Andreas.
Very placid, isn't he? But as you said, Henry, a wicked sense of humour.
Oh, yeah, he's really good company. We're very fortunate that a few of the crew had a little bit of time to spend with Andreas last night. And yeah, he's an incredibly funny
40.
guy once you get to know him.
Two in.
140.
For Thornton. Can't find a third. Well, just waiting there for the scoreboard to update.
100.
A ton found for Harrison.
So
58. Andreas, you require 140.
So 140 here for Harrison to get the opening leg on the board. We'll hope that he will come back for another opportunity.
60.
When he comes back, should get a
Robbie, you
dart top,
require 164.
providing Thornton doesn't take out the 164, of which he is not eligible for the task.
Well, again, either side of the
38.
treble 20 bed there for Thornton.
Andreas, you require 80.
80 now for Harrison. 20 now for tops.
40.
So 126 is what Robert will be looking at in a
Robbie,
couple
you
of
require
moments' time.
126.
Double 19 for the bull. Unable to get.
46. Andreas, you require 40.
40 then for Harrison. Double 10. Now double 5. This double
Aim shot on
5
the
is
first
found
leg.
for Harrison to
Andreas
take the
Harrison.
first leg of the match. A hold of throw.
Now, game's just going to take a slight pause just to work out the slight malfunction in the scoring system. It's far from ideal for either player at this present moment in time. And I suppose for someone like Robert, who has had an up and down day, I'm sure he just wants to get up and get on with it. But it's these types of situations. Both players very experienced, so they've been involved in moments where things don't quite go accordingly to plan. Harrison leading by a leg to nil. But in terms of his campaign, it's been a good start to his return here, hasn't it?
It has, hasn't it? I mean, 5 out of 5 yesterday, and was a great start from him. And there we see the breakdown of the groups. Group A, we have on display at the moment. Coming up in Group B, Simon Whitlock, Fallon Sharrock and Steve Lennon. Group C, Richie Howson, Keegan Brown and Scott Campbell. Richie Howson keen to get back here onto that stage, as is Fallon Sharrock, playing very well at the moment.
And you know what? The way that Fallon played at the weekend, and when we look at perhaps 1 or 2 performances so far in this group, I think she's got a genuine chance. I think her and Steve Lennon now, I'll be honest, I've seen enough the first 2 days where I think you're going to see players drift out as opposed to come in. I think the likes of Steve Lennon, who's playing on the Pro Tour today as well, the likes of Fallon Sharrock, who's got recent good form, I just wonder whether they're going to be likely contenders, and maybe the winner this week comes from that Group B.
I think you're possibly right, but I do fancy Sharon Fallon for this week. Yes, like you say, her form is good. Scott Campbell will be in Group C, and he'll be looking forward to coming back down here and cooking for everybody.
Indeed, he'd be hoping to cook up a storm in Group C alongside Keegan Brown and Richie Howson, 2 good friends going head to head in that Group C. But this is how this group looks. And as you can see, Andreas Harrison at the top of the table on 14 points. Mitchell and Dove both on 10. Thornton and West on 8. Burnett on 6. Harrison, as I say, it's first time back here in a while. We didn't quite know what form he's going to be in. There's still work to do, but I think he'd be happy enough with that return.
I think he has to be, you know, and will be. At the beginning of the week, he actually said that he would be happy in B, Group B. So if he manages to pull one better off and be in Group A, then all the better for him.
I think for Scott Mitchell, it's been such a head scratcher because he's played some decent stuff, and yet he'll feel as if you gave him 10 points, possibly 12 points after 10 games, I think he would have taken it at the beginning of the week. But the way the games have panned out, he's probably wondering how he's not going toe for toe right at the very top with Andreas at the minute.
Yeah, slow start for him today, hasn't it? It's been, you know, his doubling has been a bit of an issue. Yesterday he started off really well and then faded towards the back end of the day. So, yeah, as you say, an indifferent kind of couple of days for Scott. He sits on 10 points along with Neil.
And you know what? I think Neil Duff would be more than happy with the 10 points that he's got, because I think at times it's been a little bit indifferent for the Duff man. So I think he'll take the 10 points in the third place he's got.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, yeah, I mean, you have seen signs of frustration from Neil Duff, as you have from all of them, to be fair. I mean, the double-in format can be frustrating all round. So, yes, it's a frustrating game.
How do you deal with that, though, particularly when it's double in, double out, and there's one big component of the game that's so important and it doesn't quite go to plan? How do you try best to kind of put it right?
Well, you just have to try your best to switch things around maybe sometimes, you know, as in if one double isn't working for you getting in, then you switch to another double. Dart players tend to be a little bit stubborn and persist with the same double all the time. So, you know, it's very, you have to be quite strict with yourself then, if you like, to have the courage to change to a different double.
Welcome to the Coventry Box. Hoping to get the action back underway shortly in the meeting between Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton. But it does give us an opportunity to have a chat about a few things and about this double trouble format in particular. We spoke in the studio yesterday about the inclusion of Van Sherrick in this competition. You played in the previous one. Lisa Ashton's played in it previously. How important is it for a tournament like this, and actually an opportunity for female players to play in a different format that perhaps they don't play week in, week out?
We're grateful of the opportunity, and we can scare some people in this format as well. We're a bit more strict with ourselves, I think, sometimes. And it's a great format to play.
In terms of the favourites, though, Steve Lennon was the man that the bookies had at the beginning of the week. You really liked his chances. Are you still in the belief that he's the person that if you're going to win this title, you're probably going to have to dislodge because of his form this year on the circuit?
Well, yeah. Well, I think he's come off the Pro Tour. He's that little bit sharper, and he's playing in the ADC at the moment as well, and he's had good results there. So his form is good coming here. So yes, I think he's definitely one that's going to be in the mix and one to look out for sure.
It's going to be interesting. He's going to be involved in a Group B, which I think is going to be really, really intriguing. And then you've got Group C with Richie Howson and Keegan Brad. Just a quick note on both of them.
Well, Richie Howson, he's had a great record here as well. He'll be looking to get back up on that stage. He loves it here. So, that's looking forward to seeing him as well.
Right, there's just a slight technical hitch which is delaying our 14th game. It's Andreas Harrison against Robert Thornton. The Swede leads by a leg to nil. We're going to take a short break, and then when we return on the other side, hopefully we'll be having some more live darts for you to enjoy here at the Live Lounge. 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Ski, and Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now, because Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
You know you've got to play well every time. So because we're all doing it, I think it just brings each other's levels up.
It was really special, and it was, I think it was my dad's words. He literally said to me, he rang me in the morning, and he was like, right, make sure you win your first title.
Keegan Brown!
We always say darts is all about timing and taking your opportunities, and I thought, you know, if anything happens, I'm not able to ever come back here and play on the stage, I want to take full advantage, and just that night it all clicked.
I always said when you go to the line, you always shoot the first thing that pops in your head, and that's what I was thinking at the time.
Four for the match.
Game! Shot!
A global champion is completely different. You are the champion of the world. I remember saying, you mean the world to me, baby.
Everyone who wins the series can play darts, and yeah, it's cool to be in there.
Every episode of Champions Talk is available on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV.
Double 16,
Game
and
shot.
Ashley Coleman is
Ashley Coleman.
up.
If he doesn't get this 92, he could be eliminated. Attacks it.
Game
And
shot.
gets double
Jack
16 to
Aldridge.
keep himself in with a chance.
3 match darts, he's missed one already for a 9-dart
Game shot.
shootout.
And
That's where we're going.
Coulson.
Group 1 of Champions Night goes to a 9-dart shootout.
It's now time for the 9-dart shootout.
Here is where Coulson's Champions Night could be won or lost.
100.
Oh, and Coleman, he joins
That
him.
concludes your 9-dart challenge.
It's Jack Aldridge that has been
for
eliminated.
Ashley Coleman and Derek
Aldridge
Coulson.
is going home.
Gets
Game
coached
shot.
up
And a match.
and
Here
running.
we go.
Double 18 for Scott Robertson to
Game
wrap
shot.
it up with
And
an
a match.
11-dart
Scott.
leg.
Game shot.
Because
And
he
a
has
match.
been
Here we go.
brutalised by Henry Coe. Put himself in a series final. It's double 10. It
Game
is
shot.
there,
And a
and he
match.
is
Ashley
there.
Coleman.
Champions Night semi-finalist Coulson returns 3 darts in hand, and
Game
it
shot.
is
And
third
a match.
time
Derek
lucky.
Coulson.
He is into his first series final. Gets the treble, 2 championship darts at double 12. Double six for Destiny. It's that! That's the way to finish it! And the man who shows
The Modus Super Series 14 champion, DC Derek Coulson!
Well, we're experiencing some technical problems here at the live lounge. The game between Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton is about to resume shortly, we hope. But before that, we're going to take another quick break, and hopefully on the other side of it, we will be able to resume the live action here in Portsmouth.
my name's Robert Thornton and this is me setting the record straight. So I was at the Premier League, can't remember, I think it was just after 2012, and this is about the trip on the stage. I was playing Phil Taylor at the time, and I think what happened was, as I threw my darts, and as I walked up, Russ Bray stepped in to see what the score was, but he never took his foot far enough back. And as I stepped off the stage, I clipped his foot, almost went off the end of the stage. Phil said he almost saved me, but he was 6 foot to the other side, so how's he going to stop me there? It was funny at the time. No, it wasn't funny at the time, but it was. I can see the funny side after. Do you know what I mean? So it was kind of, but my ankle did hurt after. I think I lost 6-4. So I wasn't very, I kind of lost my concentration a little bit. But I enjoyed it anyway.
This thing saved my life. I was skint at the time. I was up in Wigan. I was in a B&B. And it wasn't the best hotel, I have to say. But anyway, the kettle was downstairs by the bar. And I did not know that Wigan were playing St Helens in a very important Challenge Cup game that day. And I went to walk down the stairs, and all hell broke loose. They were fighting, chairs, tables, glasses going. I said, bugger it. I went back to my room. So I was lying in bed, and my arm caught the radiator by the side of the bed, because it was only a small little room, and it was boiling hot. And I went, I had a Swiss Army knife in my bath bag. So I went, eat, on the nipple now to the water come out. Oh my God, you see the state of the water, and it was black. So I filled my pot noodle up, left it, put a towel around it, put it on the radiator. Half hour later, give it a stir. And those sachets, soy sauce sachets just popped up. I looked at the water, I went, didn't need that. And I munched away, and I did enjoy it. It was a bit soily, but it was all right.
Well, I phoned the police and told you were kidnapped. Hi, I'm Darren Webster, and this is a tale from one of my tours with Adrian Lewis. One night we'd finished the darts and we were on our way back to the hotel, and I said to Adrian, do you feel like something to eat? And he said, yeah, okay. So I said, okay, I'll go and get you a kebab. So anyway, I'd gone to the kebab shop. There must have been 30 people there. Well, I was there about an hour and 10 minutes. When I came back to the room, he's gone, where you been? I went, get you a kebab. He go, well, I phoned the police and told you were kidnapped. This was in Holland. And I'm like, you what? He said, yeah, I phoned the police. They've been there. He said, I told them that you were kidnapped and that. And he said, they asked me how old you were. I go, when Adrian said I was 46, he go, but he's only this big and I'm really worried about him. I then had to phone the police up and say I wasn't kidnapped. And I said, whatever you doing? He go, well, you really worried me, so I thought you'd been kidnapped by the Dutch people. And I was like, no, Adrian, I've got you a kebab. And at the end of the day, so that's my story, that Adrian Lewis phoned the police and said I was kidnapped in Holland.
Well, we are in the midst of Andreas Harrison 1, Robert Thornton 0. There is a slight technical hitch in terms of play, but it's meant that we've learned about stories of kidnappings in the Netherlands and pot noodles in radiator water. But we are towards the tail end of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and Trina's still with me here in the commentary box. Now, for Andreas, if he wins this, then he'll have a 6-point gap going into the Mitchell-Duff game. That's going to bring the session to an end. I do just want to have a quick chat about what will the players be doing, because you would have played at Lakeside, and there's odd occasions where things just get skewed in terms of the running order. How do you just keep yourself going when there's just a little bit of a pause in play unexpectedly?
Well, you'd probably be throwing a few darts out the back, and just trying to mull away the time then, if you like, and probably a toilet break if you feel like it, but yeah, just trying to spend your time wisely. If you feel you need a bit of practice, then be on the board, giving some attention to a certain part of your game that may need attention, and just spending it like that. It can be frustrating, but it is part of the game. It does happen, but you just got to be patient, really.
Yeah, there's been some all sorts of weird stories, hasn't there, over the years? I remember being at Lakeside when a generator blew. But in terms of this group, now at the beginning of the day, they had Andreas Harrison out as 5-6 favourite. He was odds on, and we kind of didn't quite know whether that was based on previous form or whether he'd kick on in this group. Now, it's fair to say he's had a very topsy-turvy day, but he still finds himself in exactly the same position as he was at the beginning of the session.
Well, he kind of did all the hard work yesterday then, if you like. He gave himself room for error today then, if you like. Winning 5 out of 5 yesterday, then, it does give him that little bit of breathing space, and he's managed to do enough today to keep top of Andre Harrison at the top. So, he's there. He's doing enough.
Yeah, he is top of the table, and he's doing things efficiently. And I suppose a lot of credit's got to be said. We mentioned it yesterday that we didn't quite know what version of Andreas we're going to see. Since getting to the last 16 of the world, since just about missing out on a tour card, he has had his slight issues. He has had a shoulder problem. But it looks like he's getting himself towards the other side now. And he feels as if his game is not 100%, but it's building its way towards it.
Yeah, I mean, and he said, as we said at the beginning of the show, that he was kind of looking at a Group B kind of spot. Group A is obviously going to be a massive bonus to him. So, he's set out in his mind, he's got his own expectations of himself. But, as he stands at the moment, that Group A position is looking really good.
In terms of Richie Burnett, didn't win a game yesterday. We're wondering what we're going to get from him today. Was that a one-off? Is that maybe the beginning of a bigger problem for him, particularly off the back of his previous appearance here where he didn't really pull up many trees? But today was a lot more productive for Richie, having played all 5 of his matches now.
Well, he said earlier on, didn't he, that he would be better today, and he has been. He started off really well. It just faded a little bit towards the end, but gets off with a couple of good wins to start the day, and a much improved Richie from yesterday.
Who else has kind of stood out? Who else has kind of been one of the key performers today, do you think?
Well, I think Scott, to a certain degree, underperformed to start off with. I think he's getting better as the day goes on. He's picked up a couple of wins as the day's gone. But yeah, he was off to a slow start. So he's in second position at the moment on leg difference, 10 points. Leg difference with 7. Neil Duff, again, a bit hit and miss.
Hit and miss for him, but he's put himself back into play. For Robert, this game against Andreas feels as if it is must win.
Yeah, it is. And, Robert's he's had some good spells today. His tops finishing and starting hasn't been the best because he is prolific on tops, but it has failed him a little bit at times today. But his scoring has been powerful at times. So again, a bit of hit and miss for him.
And in terms of the table, it's interesting as well because there's going to be a bit of a dynamic in terms of who gets in Group B, who gets in Group C. I get the sense that players will want to be in Group C as opposed to Group B this week because you can see there the table with Mitchell and Duff on 10, Thornton and West on 8. But when you consider, we mentioned it a little bit early on at the beginning of this segment, Lennon's in there, Sherrick's in there, Simon Whitlock, former Grand Prix finalist, is in there. I don't think you want to drop into that, do you, really?
It is a tough group, isn't it? But then there's no easy groups when you come to the Modus Super Series. There really isn't. And it just all depends. It doesn't matter. I mean, look at Group C. There's quality in Group C, so it's going to be tough, whichever group you fall into.
Scott Campbell is the only player we haven't spoken about yet. First time we've seen him in the double start format. I get the sense he's going to relish the challenge.
I think he will. I think he'll enjoy it, and I think he's going to be dangerous again. Like I said, all of them players that are here are really good, experienced players. There's a lot of experience across the board there.
And in terms of the players playing in this week, because the season is very long, and longer now than perhaps it ever has been. And for somebody like Steve Lennon, who's had a good season on the Challenge Tour, is playing in Pro Tour events, is playing in ADC, playing in this, is this actually quite nice for them to break the season up? Because I can imagine it can be quite monotonous when you're going to Milton Keynes, Hildesheim, going to Challenge Tour, going to Pro Tour, and you're playing the same format time in, time out. Is this actually quite a nice little break up of the season where you can play in a different format without any pressures of chasing a ranking table?
Yeah, it's kind of like a change is as good as a rest, isn't it? And like you say, it's different format, very different surroundings, and yes, I'm sure it'll be thankful along the way, but it's something that will break things up, and it's something very different, and it's nice to have that different thing to everything.
And I suppose as well, Fallon's obviously come off the back of a good campaign, but you've got players maybe like Scott Campbell and Fallon Sherrick, who's had a bit of a struggle. Scott Campbell and Keegan Brown, should I say, have had a bit of a struggle this season. Is the fact that this is a new format can actually break up what has been at times a bit of an in-and-out campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. As you say, it's very different, and it can break it up, and it's just something that people look forward to. It's a different dynamics to it, isn't it? So, yeah.
Trini, thank you for your work for now. We're going to give you a little bit of a breather. We're going to give you a look as to what's coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up once we're done, we're going to be looking at Scott Mitchell on the farm, where he'll be looking at day and night life on the farm. And then we've got Dart's Greatest Comebacks, where players will be from near impossible to the great stuff tonight from 6 o'clock on Pluto TV. Then tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. we are going to be concluding Group A, and it is Andreas Harrison who still has a stranglehold. We'll see how big a stranglehold in a few moments' time. And then, of course, it all builds up to 7:30 on Saturday night when we get to finals night. So let's just paint the picture then as to where we're at, because we're a few moments away from getting underway again. Andreas Harrison leading Robert Thornton by a leg to nil in game 14 of 15. There is still one more game to go following this between Neil Duff and Scott Mitchell, and as we've been mentioning, that's an important one because the winner will be chasing second spot and will be the player most likely to catch Andreas Harrison if Harrison is to be caught on Wednesday afternoon. Harrison 1, Thornton 0 though, is what we're looking at in game 14. The players are about to make their way back to the stage. A bit of a delay to proceedings. The players have kind of been off now for about 25-30 minutes. They'll have a little bit of a warm-up, and then we'll be able to get the action underway. The good news is, Trina, we've made it, because if we carried on any longer, then I was going to suggest to the producer that I did Let Me Entertain You by Robbie Williams on a cappella, and nobody wanted that.
No, nobody does want that, Henry, and yes, you're quite right. Thank goodness.
The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, we have got darts back. We've got some darts to talk over, some darts to watch, and some darts to enjoy. Just a reminder of the situation. Andreas Harrison leading Robert Thornton by a leg to nil. A win which would put him on to 16 points. He'd open up a temporary 6-point lead at the top of the table. Both players are going to have 6 practice darts before we get the second leg underway. And from that point onwards, we hope that all is good.
Well, let's just hope that they don't forget the format. Let's hope that they remember it's double in.
It's a very good point, though. It's a very good point. Well done, boys and girls, back there, by the way.
So, to continue the game,
Second leg, Robert to throw
it's Robert
first.
to get
Game
us underway in this second leg.
40.
Gets away with his third dart.
Oh, the joyous sound of a dart hitting a board. I suppose this is the darting
42.
equivalent of when you're watching Test match cricket and you have a bit of a rain delay.
Yeah, that's a good example, actually.
Adam Mulvino had a deal with me. He's a
22.
very handy club cricketer.
Is he?
Yeah, it's very handy.
Mm.
Very good with a bat in a hand as well as he is with a dart in a hand.
$45.
Is it a case of just getting a leg in the system just to get... I know it's a very short format, so it's difficult, but is it a case of maybe getting this first leg in the system?
43.
Yeah, it's kind of like a stop-start sort of situation for them, isn't it? So, you say they may have been out of the back just practicing to try and keep that momentum going then, if you like. But they may
30.
They may also have taken the opportunity to just have a rest. You know, it's coming towards the end of the day. There are some tired arms out there.
140.
But then it's probably better to keep that arm going rather than to sit down and rest.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is once you know that the start time again, you can be able to work things through. But it's that mix, isn't it, of keeping yourself warm, but then also keeping your body in a situation where you don't overexert yourself.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a situation where you have to play it by ear. You know, see how you're feeling, and it is very much down to the individual.
83. Robbie, you require 161.
So 161 here for Thornton. 6 from here is going to need the full quota to
91.
Square the contest up at one apiece. Back for 70 when he does come back.
Harrison looking for a 140 here. Can he find it?
85.
Not quite.
Robert, you require 70.
20 now for tops for Thornton to take the second leg of the match.
50.
Oh, an opportunity for the form comes to pass. What can Harrison make of the 91? For the break and a 2-0 lead. He's going to look at 48 for tops, unable to find the 48.
79. Robert, you require 20.
Double 10 is found for Robert Thornton to take the second leg of the match.
Third leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Levels, you darting devils.
No score. No score.
I'm quite impressed that nobody has forgotten to go for a double yet this week.
Oh, there's still time.
Oh, I know. There is. And I'm sure there will be an occasion.
100.
And you know what will happen? They'll say, oh, it's just a really poor dart.
120.
So back for the culmination of Group A tomorrow, then the later stages will get underway at the later times of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. UK time, and then Saturday night, 7:30, the start time for finals night.
41.
It's back in the red.
100.
Finds a ton to leave 161 when he returns.
47.
Searching for a treble, and there's
Andreas, you require
can't find
161.
one. Treble 17.
123.
Well, it's a good reply, a good visit to leave 38 when he returns.
Well, yeah, this to put himself 2-1 to the good and
55.
to put himself one away.
Andreas, you require 38.
Is he going to go straight for it? Looks like he is.
Game shot on the third leg.
Good choice.
Andreas
Pins it with the
Harrison.
first dart to lead by 2 legs to 1.
Full flag, Robert to throw first.
Thornton with
Game
it all
on.
to do. Best leg of the match, 16 darter. Thornton off
60.
second time of asking. Doubling in this game's been okay, but it goes back to what I was saying earlier about Robert in terms of the start and end. The doubling element has been fine, but at times the score is just left a little bit to be
100.
desired at points.
Well, he's been there in spells, hasn't he? He's had some good spells of scoring, but he's just not consistent enough with it.
26. $55.
Well, Thornton needs to get his skates on here. He has to win this leg to stay in the match and take us to
61.
a deciding leg, and that's unfortunate. Clatters into the other dart and doesn't score.
There's never a good time, but that was definitely a bad time.
60.
Well, it's not punished too much by Harrison. Has a trebleless visit.
41. $100.
Robert switching to 19s.
58.
Searching for a treble. Can't find one. Andreas Harrison looking to set it all up from here.
60.
Well, it's left himself on 1-2-6. But will there be a necessity to chase the ball when he comes back?
85. Andreas, you require 126.
Needs to find the treble 19 for the bullseye. For a 1-2-6
Game
check
shot.
out.
And a match.
Brilliant
Andreas
by
Harrison.
Andreas Harrison to take a 3-1 win over Rob Thornton in the penultimate game of today's play. Coming up after the break is Neil Duff and Scott Mitchell.
So the final game of the day here on day 2 of Double Trouble 5, and it is a meeting between Scott Mitchell and Neil Duff. Before the break, we saw Andreas Harrison get the better of Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 1. So the winner of this particular matchup will find themselves to within 4 points of Andreas at the table summit. These two began yesterday's proceedings. It was Mitchell that would win by 3 legs to 2. What's going to happen as we bring Tuesday's play to a close?
First leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, they have had a bit of a wait, haven't they? Waiting for this game to commence. Duff away on the first start of Askin.
120.
Perfect start for the Duff man. What response can Mitchell provide?
No score.
None whatsoever. So Duff being presented effectively with a free scoring opportunity here.
55.
Doesn't really take advantage.
No score.
And Scott not away on his second visit.
$45.
But again, advantage not taken too much from Duff. Scott has to get off here. He does so.
60.
With dart 8.
Well, got there eventually.
Well, that has kicked Duff into
125.
action. As he finds a 2 treble visit to leave 156 when he returns.
$85. Neil, you require 156.
So 156, plenty of time from here for Duff to get his nose in front in this contest.
$95.
61 when he returns. Scott got it all to do in this leg. He's going to have to pray that Duff doesn't take out
180.
the 61.
Neil,
He's
you
hit a
require
maximum,
61.
the best he can do. Double 4 though for Duff.
Game
Before
short
he's
of the first
found to
leg.
take out the
Neil
61
Duff.
for the first leg of this match.
So Duff gets
Second leg,
himself
Scott to
up
throw first.
and
Game
running.
on.
Scott first in with the first dart on this occasion.
Well, Contrast of fortunes in
160.
comparison to the previous leg, and it's a perfect start for Mitchell.
Total contrast, isn't it?
No score.
Duff is not in. So, perfect opportunity here for Mitchell to level. Kicked off with a 160.
60.
Finds a 60 on this occasion. Well, he's in now.
45.
Finally off the mark. It's all about the chasing
60.
game. If he could pile in a big, and he might be in touch. If not, Mitchell's got a big advantage on throwing this leg.
$24.
I won't be happy with that visit. It was a perfect first start as well for the treble to be peppered with the following two.
100.
Mitchell finds the treble with his last start to leave 1-2-1 when he returns. 1-2-1 after 12.
Yeah, much improved leg from the 2015
100.
Lakeside champ up
Scott, you
against the
require
2022
121.
Lakeside winner.
Double 18 for a 1-2-1 check out.
Hey,
Perfect
shot on the
from
second
Scott
leg.
Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell.
He levels. It's one apiece.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Back or square, one apiece.
No
Final
score.
game of the day. The winner will be the closest challenger to Andreas Harrison at the summit of the table.
No score.
Neither player failing to get away on their first visit. However, Neil Duff away with the fourth start.
120.
Well, eventually, Mitchell gets up and running.
80.
Okay, mate, we doing clips or anything, or is it just results table?
180.
Duff finds a maximum. One apiece.
$26.
Only 26 found by Mitchell.
95.
And Duff has left 106. And everything going to throw so far.
By the way, the tension
64.
in that room could be sliced in half
Neil, you require
with a
106.
carving knife. These two are locked in. Absolutely locked in. There's the 1-2-1 in the previous leg for Scott Mitchell.
90.
It's not going to be followed up with a Duff 106.
Plenty of time on his side though for Duff.
$133. Neil, you require 16.
So double 8 for Duff to move ahead.
Game shot on the third
Found
leg.
with the final
Neil
dart
Duff.
in hand to lead by 2 legs to 1.
Full flag Scott to throw first.
Big passage in
Game on.
play coming up for Scott Mitchell. The gotten gains of today will be eroded very quickly if he loses this match. Loses this leg, loses this contest. He finds
60.
himself in an almighty battle to try and just preserve a spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening.
He's in with dart number 2 there. So he's on his way.
No score.
Neil failing to do the same.
Well, this meeting yesterday went all the way to a last leg decider. Wouldn't surprise you if this one did the same.
$100.
Well, a ton gives him a 160-point lead. So even if Duff was perfect with his turn, he'd still only be level.
80.
Duff up and running with his second visit. But pressure is being applied by Mitchell.
121.
And 1, 2, 1.
Well, he's forcing the issue and maybe now forcing a last leg decider in this game.
125. $100.
It's a great last start. Just sneaking in to the treble 20 bed with the last dart to leave Shanghai on 20s
100.
to level.
Scott, you require 120.
Shanghai time.
Can't find the treble. We'll stay there searching for it though.
41.
Well, it's deflected into the 1.
$100.
Well, Ton leads him on
Scott, you require
96 to win the match if
79.
Mitchell's unable to convert the 79. Should be a dart and a double. Tops it is. And
Game
all
shot on
the way we
fourth
go.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
2 from 2 in terms of finishing off legs.
Fifth and final leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil with the advantage, so he'll be looking to get straight in here.
No score.
Well, he's failed to do so. So if Mitchell gets off here, he has reversed the advantage. He gets in with his second dart. Just readdressing the hockey.
100.
Perfectly done.
$40.
Both away. Race to the finish.
$121.
Not happy with that last start. You can see by the grimace on his face.
45.
Neil Duff. Definitely not happy with that.
$140 leads him on a finish.
100.
Only a ton. Still, this last leg is in his hands. Neil Duff needs to do something here. And I'm not sure he's taking too kindly to Scott trudging along the stage.
80. 60.
Well, Neil standing back and just waiting for Scott to retrieve his darts and make the move back behind the hockey line.
Yeah, there's more frost here than in
100.
a pack of gone off
Scott, you
peas in
require
your freezer.
120.
Shanghai then for Mitchell. That's sitting nice for a treble to follow, but he's put it over the top.
100.
Does find a ton though. Leaves himself 20 when he returns. And surely now.
I think the tension has just boiled over a little bit. Scott Mitchell's halfway down the track, halfway off the stage.
30. Scott, you require
Prepare for
20.
the handshake if it comes in a second. But Mitchell's still got to convert. And if he doesn't, Duff has got to try and apply scoring pressure.
No score.
Duff has to step in here, find a 140 and put that double 10 bang under it. At least one leaves him handy. Another one leaves pressure.
100.
He does find a turn.
Scott, you require 20.
But this you feel it has to go for Mitchell.
This
And
time it does.
Scott Mitchell.
And Scott Mitchell does seal a win. And as you can see, temper's just fraying a little bit towards the conclusion of that. And for Scott Mitchell, yes, he's more than pulled his socks up there. He's claimed a win which puts him on to 12 points in a game which at times was a little bit frosty in terms of atmosphere. But it's Mitchell that gets the win. And in terms of how things finish up for the day, he's 4 points off Andreas Harrison at the summit. So he's going to be the closest challenger to the Swede. And he, Andreas Harrison, he was odds on at the beginning of the day. He's going to stay odds on. That's a guarantee going into tomorrow's play. Neil Duff in third position. He's 6 points off the lead. The job tomorrow will be about cementing his spot in Group B. Steve West had an in and out day on 8. Robert Thornton similar. There was a point where he was second in the table. You could probably say the players had the best day of anybody. It's Richie Burnett, having won 3 out of 5 on a day where everybody beat everybody. So let's have a look at what's coming up across Pluto TV then. Coming up next, we're going to see more of Scott Mitchell on the farm. Well, there was beef on the stage. There's going to be beef on the farm in a few moments' time. Then we've got Darts Greatest Comebacks from 6. We're back tomorrow from 9:30. And then Finals Night Saturday from 7:30. For Trina and myself, thank you so much for your company. Until next time, take care. All the best. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight. Jeff Smith! It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish. It's double.